Good evening, Coded Friend .001 listeners. How's everybody doing today? First in the chat tonight, Purple Butterfly. Yay, can't wait to check out the Mush Brains. W124 Mercedes says hello all. NTFG to all. Bandit 2804 right off the rip. Fuck, buddy, your mods are corrupt equals get your head out of your ass. My mods are not corrupt at all, Bandit. You're kind of a douchebag, so you get treated like you're a douchebag. And I do approve of the way you were treated over at NTFG. And if the same type of treatment is received by you over here, I would approve of that also. If you want to bust balls, if you want to fuck with somebody, I am the guy. Do not fuck with McAddicts. If you continue to fuck with McAddicts, well, I'll just let McAddicts do whatever he wants. Tie me out for 10 seconds, tie me out for 2 minutes, tie me out for an hour, tie me out for the whole fucking day. I mean, you're busting McAddicts' balls. You're not busting my balls, and you're a distraction in my side chat. So cool your jets and get your shit right, or you going to be going. And every sock you come back in with will go to. And then after that, I'll just put permanent bans on them. It's no skin off my fucking back, bro. If you want to have a dissenting opinion to the matters being discussed on the channel, I'm cool with that. If you're just going to come in, argue with the moderator, which is a dumb fucking move on your part. It shows you're not that smart. Then I'll just bounce you, dude. I'll let him bounce you. I don't fucking care, man. But you're getting to be a pain in the cock, you know? So chill the fuck out. So let's see what Dildan and the Welsh Snooze Network have in store for us tonight. I'll bet you it's going to be a fucking barn burner. Here we go. I need to turn my monitor down just a touch. See how that works out. Get the screen share going on. Screen sharing. So this is reviewing the wannabe Christian scholar. Reviewing the wannabe Christian scholar. Welsh News Network 142 watching. Anthony Caruso says, "Oh, Jim, you are so in. Holy shit." Did he put Cresco on it, or did he just go raw dog right in there, Anthony? Let us know, buddy, when you can fucking breathe again. My God. Fucking weirdos. "Oh, Jim, you're so in," says Anthony Caruso. All right, here we go. Let's see what these numbnuts have to say.
Good evening, everybody.
He waves like a little girly boy.
Good day.
Sausages.
Holy fuck. Blecka looks like somebody washed her and put her away wet.
What did I do now?
Did you see Dad's on a seat cushion? Watch it. Oh, wrong way. Sorry. Hang on. Let me go back. Watch. When the picture slides from the bottom to the top.
What did I do
See what
now?
little hop he had to do onto the seat cushion? Make himself look taller. Look at that.
What did I do
up
now?
on the seat cushion.
Big
Short little fuck.
What did I do now?
You've got to unlock his handcuffs and let him out after you're.
I unlocked him during the intro song.
Yeah. You're having your 50 Shades of Grey day.
I can't be held accountable for the fact she's a kinky bitch.
Handcuffs locked up. 15 Shades of Grey day. Come on. The fucking
What can I say?
talk.
All right.
Hang on. You mean that one?
Sorry. Yes. Thank you to Shay for the 15-pound tip. Ice cream for Jim has no consequences.
Ice cream, we love ice cream.
Yes,
it does.
it had
You get
consequences.
Let me tell you what's not going on with that money. None of it's going to fucking Jim. Poor Jimmy on this GoFundMe only got one donation so far this month for $25. So let's divide 11,100. Oh, my bad. Need to do this the other way around. Where's my clear button here? There we go. So $25 divided by 11,100 subscribers. Let's see how popular Jim is. Each subscriber thinks that Jimbo Felchenstein is worth 0.00. You never do it good when you're 0.00. 0.002. So, Jimmy boy, you're worth 0.2 of a penny. Each of your subscribers has valued you at 0.2 of a penny. You're not so fucking smart, Jim.
Consequences. We had to listen to Jim yell about ice cream.
Ice cream, you scream. Hank screams at me about ice cream.
Is Jim in the cat onesie, or does he have that little girly cheer skirt on with the pom-poms? Is that what he's doing there? Jim, are you a 17-year-old boy or a 13-year-old girl in your delusional fantasy? Or are sometimes you one of them and sometimes you the other?
Yes,
it
it
does.
had
You get shit
consequences.
sometimes.
We had to listen to Jim yell about ice cream.
Ice cream, you scream. Hank screams at me about ice cream.
No. Hank screams at you about everything. It doesn't have to be ice cream.
But it's just so damn fun.
I know.
Ice cream.
It's almost as much fun as putting butter on linoleum floors and watching what happens.
You let me in the house. and
Something
I slid
Dan's never
all the
fucking
way to
done.
the basement.
I got some ice cream for you.
You have linoleum.
Ew.
What kind?
Ugh.
Also, everyone, don't forget to say hello to Coded.
Hi, Coded.
Hey,
Oh,
Coded, I'm
Blackie gave
waving.
me the
Guess how many
finger.
fingers?
Blackie gave me
Same
the
as mine.
finger.
He's
No, I'm
going to
going to
see
go
3
Hank was
fingers
waving
anyway.
3.
Yeah.
Well, one on each hand, and then
I mean, Coded has the shakes and double vision anyway, so.
I have the shakes and double vision.
And he's
I
got
gather he
a
was
stopper
having
and
fun on Discord today.
I heard about
Yeah.
that. That was pretty funny.
I did play on Discord.
what do you do on Discord?
Apparently, he was having fun on Masshole's Discord.
Yeah, making demands again.
Ah, shit. I made demands?
No.
What the
Cream.
fuck are you talking about?
It's almost as much fun as putting butter on linoleum floors.
The house, and I slid all the way.
Don't forget to say hello to Coded.
Hi, Coded.
Oh, hello.
No,
Hey,
no,
Coded,
no.
I'm waving. Guess how many fingers?
Same
One.
as mine.
Couldn't-
Blackie
He's
gave
No, I'm
me
going
the
to go
finger.
Hank was
fingers
waving
anyway.
3.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Well, one on each hand, and then
I mean, Coded has the shakes and double vision anyway, so.
What, Jimbo?
And
Sounds
he's
like
got
that
a
gather he was
stopper
having
and
fun
he's
on
City that you have from
Discord
13
today.
fucking cats and huffing
I heard
urine out
about
of
Yeah.
a
that. That was
rag.
pretty funny.
what do you do on Discord?
Apparently, he was having fun on Masshole's Discord.
Yeah, making demands again.
What demand did
Oh.
I
He
make?
thinks
What
he's
kind of-
entitled to them.
What kind of demands now?
He
Oh,
mentioned a whole
so
bunch of stuff.
my entire life history, receipts, DNA,
Nope, never happened.
proof
Dan's
Becca's
lying.
children are not
Dan's
mine.
lying.
The usual.
All of that is a
Stuff
lie.
that's none
I
of
didn't
his
mention
fucking
any of that
business.
shit.
Just saying.
Huh.
It was quite hilarious.
This is what I talked about on Discord. Dan made a claim that the only thing I talked about on Discord was Dan made a claim that his best friend from home was shot in the head and his brains were blown all over Dan's uniform. I asked for, I simply mentioned that it's okay for Dan to use that to clout himself, that, clout that comes, oh, Dan's wounded. But so Dan can bring it up for his own selfish wants, but to verify, because there are so many people running around here telling fucking lies about shit. To verify that, to avoid another fucking Wrangler fiasco. So it's wrong for me to ask him to verify his service, which he claims he served, in an environment where stolen valor goes on all over the place. So it's inappropriate. And how dare you ask? But how dare you say, how dare I ask? Then they're talking about Dan's First Amendment rights. Dan's a fucking Welsh window licker. He doesn't have First Amendment rights. In fact, if specific human beings walk past Dan, he is required to fucking bow to them. And you say you have more freedom than Americans do. What the fuck is going on with you? I think Dan's idea of freedom is he's free to lick any boot he wants to lick. Little Danny boot licker. Here we go.
Hilarious.
Oh, encoded. I didn't meet Dan till last year.
Okay. All right. And what? I didn't bring that up on Discord, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But if your conscience feels that you need to reassert when you actually met Dan, which kind of shows that maybe you're covering something up. But if you need to reassert that, you can reassert that. Say your whole fucking mantra. Get it out of the way. This is what happens to people who don't think. When you say one thing and it disturbs them, they have to go back and repeat their entire fucking mantra. I met Dan 1 year ago on New Year's Eve. Dan and I never met. My husband knew Dan. That's fucking bullshit. Dan was an NCO. He was a non-commissioned officer. Dan claims that he was a higher ranking officer than Blecka's husband. How the fuck does that work? Dan's stories don't fucking add up. They don't add up to me, and I'm indirectly military associated. I didn't serve. I have plenty of relatives that served in all generations. So even I know that your claim to have been in the military is complete bullshit. Dan, make me eat crow pie. Prove it. Show some proof. What's wrong with showing some proof in an environment where there are a lot of people claiming stolen valor?
2022.
But apparently, Becky, you're Canadian.
What?
Yeah, you're Canadian, and Dan's
Who's
a time
Canadian?
traveler.
Now, the Canadian stuff, Shuggy was obviously watched. Thank you, Shuggy. You're one of the NTFG SFW channel has a 200% attendance rate. All of our subscribers and double. It's like everybody brings a friend with them. Shuggy's one of those background lurkers that gives me credit. What Shuggy's talking about, the French Canadian stuff with Blecka, most of the people here in the room now were there for that. And they know that that was from the NTFG SFW broadcast earlier today. So we know you're watching, Shugman, Shugster. See, Shug, in a minute, you're going to make a claim that I said that, I set up, or you already did make a claim that, I said this was all a setup. I never said this was a setup. I said I did it on the fly. There were things I did. There were times I clowned. There was one time I paused for like a recognizably long pause, was because the discussion was getting a little heated and my stutter was about to manifest. And when that happens, I get off the mic, I mute the mic, and I don't stutter on P's. So when it starts to happen, I slowly, Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. That's just my way. I learned a long time ago. I figured it out myself how to push past my stutter, was to get on a different consonant that I didn't stutter on. For whatever reason, I don't stutter on P's. The stutter is kind of a intriguing little thing when you start to look into it, what causes it. I need to get my real-time monitor. There we go. All right, back to the play.
Becca is French Canadian. Her parents got deported back, and she had to marry her husband to get into the US. Apparently,
I didn't. Of course, we were all in the chat room. We all saw this go down. Someone in the chat said you were French Canadian and deported. I didn't say that. I just read their thing. And then I added a comment joking around. Yeah, she was a poor Canadian girl whose family got deported, and she had to marry a military officer to stay in the country. It's a fucking joke, you douchebag. And it's the same shit it's the same type of fucking rumor around the shit you guys fucking tell about me. Where's the fucking analysis of the big draws reviewing the wannabe Christian scholar versus the intelligent theologist debate? All right, let's get to it without the fucking pervert shit.
I was born in the United States.
Good, Black, and now we have more data on you. Thank you. You see how the game works? It's called bluffing. Obviously, you've never played poker.
I'm still French Canadian.
My great grandfather was French Canadian, and so was my great grandmother.
We won't hold it against you.
We will.
Yeah. Quebecer.
Right.
Fuck, I hate the French.
I know where that comes from. That becomes because if you go back far enough, Becca's family comes from Quebec. And if you go back even further, they come from France.
Yep.
Wow.
We
Why
come
do
from
you
We
France.
mentioned this on air that ancestrally, Becca's French.
But Dan,
So
have
am I.
we posted the DNA evidence, Dan?
Nobody asked for DNA evidence. Hey, calm down. Get the peanut butter. Put the lid back on the jar. It's not time to put it on yet. You're going to get them dogs all worked up, and then you're going to have to mute your mic. Nobody's going to hear from you for an hour or so. Oh, my God. No one asked for a DNA test. I said a simple thing. Becca's of French descent. Someone in the chat said French Canadian, her family got deported. I just read the fucking messages. Duh. It's kind of like me holding you responsible for Anthony Caruso saying that he would backhand smack a pregnant woman if he caught her even having a sip of alcohol. Like, I'm not holding you responsible for that shit, Dad. Although you are that kind of fucking dumb.
No.
Dan, I've
Hey.
got my hand in my pants again, Dan.
Shocker for you all.
Mhm.
Becca's not the
Does Jim have a new character? The skeleton boy that masturbates? Wow. Oh my God.
only one on this panel who, if you go back far enough, comes from France.
1066, we do.
Yeah.
In 1066, like, this is a fucking family fable. In 1066, Shuggy's ancestors migrated from France to the cold climate of Denmark. I think the flow's the other way, Shug. Maybe your people were the fucking dumb ones. Who knows? Couldn't make it in France, so you had to go way the fuck out to a really cold place, kind of like Canada and mechanics, where, you know, a lot of people don't want to be there. Sorry, mechanics. I love you, bro. Jesus Christ. Shuggy's French. That explains it. That fucking explains it.
Shuggy's lot came from France.
We came over
Oh,
Nearly
Oh, I
a
knew
1,000 years ago, but
I I know there was some reason we couldn't trust that bastard. Oh, I mean,
But we got to France from Norway, Viking Land. We went in there with when the Vikings sacked Paris.
And I've actually
Mine's-
listed what my DNA came back as: Norwegian, Scottish, French, majority French. So Sweden,
Well,
Norway, and what was
the
the other one?
Viking, the Norway one makes a ton
Germanic.
of sense.
is that why you love
Mhm.
French toast?
We have been in the same country.
Let's break the boredom here for a second. Dan's herpes outbreak is in the room with us. Good to see you there, you little red flare up. Dan's herpes outbreak says Dan got me from a bathroom encounter. I don't doubt that, sir.
Own countries.
No,
But
Miss Ellie, we haven't been in the same country since starting a relationship.
yet,
Although there have been times where we've actually been in the same city as each other.
Just never met then.
Yep, just never met then. Remember, reinforce that, Blecko. We don't want the kids going to get genetic testing done. Dad have a legitimate claim on your fucking inheritance from your dead husband.
Nope.
Dan, I've got a relationship with Mom's vacuum cleaner.
but here's my question. He demanded receipts on everything from the size of your pinky ring through what
When did this happen, Shug? You're as bad a liar as the rest of them. I didn't demand receipts on shit except the fucking charity raffles you ran and some proof that Dan was actually in the fucking military. Shug, everybody knows he wasn't. And his failure to give any proof that he was in the military, especially in a time when you got dickheads like Fraud at Wrangler running around and you're being his fucking K-Far, Shuggy. So you can lie about me all you want, Shug. It helps me out because I take the shit you say and then I prove I didn't fucking say it. I didn't say this on Discord today. I didn't say this on the NTFG broadcast. You a fucking liar, Shuggy, like the rest of that fucking panel. People had respect for you, Shuggy. I think it's starting to fucking wane.
whatever. But he will not provide a single receipt. I mean, did he ever have his Series 6 and 7 brokerage exams?
Dan, Shuggy, I'm not collecting money for charities for down and out stockbrokers. You don't need to see I'm not representing the group stockbrokers. I have nothing to do with them anymore. Dan is raising money for homeless military. Your first one was Mission 22. I don't have those kind of records. I got paid when it was paper pay. What do you want me to do, Shug? You want me to go back to the 1990s and get a fucking check stub? What do you want me to do? What receipt do you want? You want proof I passed the fucking Series 7 and the 63? Call the Plato Institute in Danbury, Connecticut. That's where I took my test.
I don't.
But
He claims he's had them.
I'm making the demands. Dan's got to comply.
I didn't make any demand. Dan should show proof he was in the military because of the extraordinary claims he's made, like his best friend's brains were blown all over his uniform. Dan doesn't want to give any information because he doesn't want people finding out that that's fucking bullshit. And he's a con man grifter, so he doesn't care if you think it. He won't care until someone can prove it. Just like Wrangler. Just the resistance to show. We all saw it. We all saw it when Josh and the group around Josh coalesced to target Wrangler. Everyone in that fucking group who made a claim to be in the military pulled up proof that they were actually in the military. It was at their fingertips. It was no big deal to do. A lot of them did it on the spot, on the fly, in seconds. Dan's had a fucking year and a half. He won't show shit. I mean, you know.
He has no entitlement to that information whatsoever.
It was a request, not a demand. It would be good if you did it. The only reason I can think you wouldn't do it is because you don't have the fucking proof, or because Dan's hiding his fucking name. Right? Because Dan's name might not be Dan. That's why Dan's got to be so secretive. Now, remember, when you do this, apply your shit to your own panel members, right? Apply your shit to your own panel members.
Apparently, he got gifted a return first class ticket to the Philippines. So he's off next week.
Because I speak like I'm constipated or shit in my pants, I deserve the answers.
Jesus Christ, Hank, you're finally finishing. I got you riled up, Hank. You're actually able to finish sentences. Let's see how long this lasts. I should do this every day with you, Hank. It's good to hear you fucking talking again. Talking your normal voice, though, Hanky. Hanky Panky.
What were you saying, Dan?
I think it's good fun.
It was hilarious.
Seriously, all crappy pulls. I find it hilarious.
I'm glad you find it fun. Some of it's clowning, so it should be fun. I mean, you should laugh once in a while, no matter what the fuck's going on. If you're not laughing once in a while, you should probably move to a greener fucking pasture. Nothing's perfect, but if it's all fucking hate and like Jimmy is, then you should probably fucking move on. Jimmy, you really need to get a regular fucking job. Your grifting days are proving to be as fucking miserable as your career days. But if you have a regular job, you get a regular paycheck, Jimmy. You got to do it. W124 Mercedes in the chat says Blekka's nickname for Dan is Two Pump Chump. And Dan's nickname for Blekka is Two Plump Dump. Rebel says Norfolk Navy wives used to rent motel rooms for weeks when hubby was out at sea. I believe Stoned Vet can verify that. And Blekka does not really seem to have fond memories or doesn't communicate any kind of affection for her deceased husband. Almost like in the end, she couldn't wait for it to happen. Who the fuck is Alice says, I've had friends over the years in internet relationships. Not one of them ever worked out. People can pretend to be anything online, like a wealthy Welshman. You know, exactly, Alice. And ask yourself this question. Dan breaks the law on a regular basis with these, charity raffles. So why would a rich Welshman who is supposedly an officer, retired officer, or medically retired officer from the military, he's wealthy, he owns a mansion, big spread of land. Why would an individual like that get themselves tangled up in a completely illegal, but more illegal by Welsh law than American law? Why would a wealthy person get involved in such low rent penny scraping? Why? The money Dan receives isn't helping anyone. He's not giving it to charity. He's probably gambling it away now every Friday night with his poker buddies. And Jimbo Felch is forced to beg on the internet to keep his to offset the costs of being a amateur blogger instead of holding a job. It's kind of odd. Gemma Jet walking the dog. Good luck on that. Stay safe. Donnie says, I have friends on the internet, but I wouldn't consider them romantic relationships. And Dan's relationship with his blackety black is 100% digital and vibratory, and it's the best thing they've ever had, because the minute Blacka smells the breath coming out of that black, molarless, rotten mouth. I don't care how good you are in bed. You better. Why would a wealthy Welsh, still working businessman have no fucking teeth in the back of his mouth? Implants aren't that fucking expensive. And if you're wealthy, it's a fucking drop in the bucket. Dan's herpes sources. Dan keeps picking at me. Well, he doesn't like you. Didn't Dan call Blacka a herpes-riddled vagina? Something like that. Yes, he did. Welsh News Now says Blacka showed me her cheesy factory on New Year's Eve last year. Oh my God, that's fucking horrible. Ugh. Walter, Texas says, sorry I'm late, driving home now. Hello, at Coded Friend and everyone. No need to be sorry. We are happy you are here. Let's get back on this video.
Find it funny what I've done that I've never done.
And Becca, for tonight's
yeah.
stream, he asked to take a wig off.
I don't.
I never asked her to take her wig off. Shug, you just make shit up. I never asked her to take her wig off. Jesus Christ, man. How much do you fucking drink every day?
Have a fucking wig, Coded. How about show your face?
I did show my face. I put pictures up. I put pictures up. I put pictures on Discord. I showed my group on Discord. I put pictures up and then I showed them on a live stream, and I went through each picture. There was a picture of me, picture of my wife, picture of the place in the Philippines, and I think maybe a picture or two of us in Hong Kong, because when I was in Hong Kong and I posted some pictures on my community tab, jealous Dan ran around saying, oh, Cody's just showing stock photos. Get the fuck out of here, you weaselly little fucking bullshit artist. Grift away, rich Welsh businessman with no fucking teeth in his mouth, living in a 10 by 10 fucking room with sheets over the fucking windows instead of curtains. And a masturbatory digital vibrational relationship with a woman in Virginia across the ocean. Dan, is your breath that bad that the whole fucking town can smell you coming and you just can't make the hookup with any girls? No, Blacka. Wait till you smell that fucking breath.
How about show your face? Or are you too scared to be recognized?
Or is he doing us all a favor?
You couldn't wish that on people. Come on. That's just cruel and unusual punishment.
You don't want his whole 20 viewers to turn to stone from his face.
But I am flattered that
they'll turn to stone from my face. All 20 of my viewers. Jimmy, you don't have to worry about anybody getting turned into stone over there. Your 11,100 fucking subs are all bot traffic, you fucking retard. I love when you make fun of me, Jim. I love it. It just gives me fucking ammo. Everything you throw at me gets bounced back at you, Jimbo. Hey, Blacka, why has Jim never fucking shown his face? I've shown mine. Why has Jim never shown his face? What world of fucking hurt is on that face? Huh? For all we know, right now, Jimbo Felch, the cat urine huffer, has an outbreak of herpes that would make Chili de Castro look like the choice du jour. Why doesn't Jimmy show his face there, Blackie? Huh? You're applying that to me. Why doesn't Jimbo? Why doesn't Jimbo Felchenstein, the cat urine huffer? Jimmy puts a rag in the cat litter box, and when the cats pee on the rag, he folds it up, and then he puts the rag over his face and just huffs up the fucking cat urine smell. It's fucking horrific. How come Jim Blow doesn't show his face? Does he have some bacterial fucking cat STD he picked up huffing fucking cat urine?
That you think my hair looks good enough to be a wig. Thank you. You're still.
You're welcome, Blecka, but it looks really different than this Facebook picture I have of you where you are, Becca. Your hair's long, so it goes up and then, U's over and comes down. Where the hair is sticking up before the weight of the hair bends it over, you can see the individual strands of hair and the wide open space in between. You know what, Blecky? I'll show it next time I'm live, and we'll compare. That, or you when you got your inheritance money, maybe you got one of those Rogaine roll-on sticks and just went to fucking town on the forehead every morning. Because you're missing a lot of fucking hair in a picture I have of you 8 years ago.
I just find it really hilarious that people are that interested in my life and history.
Well, he
It's like,
spent
seriously?
5
How
hours
sad
on
do you have to be?
Masshole. He spent 5 hours on Masshole just talking about you.
But he parked.
Multitasking there, Jimbo Felci. And how do you know? I don't think it was 5 hours, bro. I was there earlier and then I came back later. 2 different threads. Just getting the word out, making sure people are still aware. And I don't want Dan's stolen valor to get lost in the Kaiser shuffle. I don't want that to happen. I want Dan to get full credit for Dan's stolen valor. And if Dan showed legitimate proof that he was in the military, I would take credit for being a fucking numbskull and wrong about him. But until he shows proof, I ain't fucking wrong. And the fact that he won't show proof, whether you like it or not, lends credence to the stolen valor argument. The absence of easily providable information shows that something's being hidden.
A lot of cars during that time too.
Oh, I wonder how many tips he got. Just the tip.
But
What, Jim? Are you getting sexual again? Before we get back into Jimbo's perverted mindset, Carte Blanche says, not interested in your made-up life, Dan. I'm just interested in laughing at you. Bullseye. Dan, you are... Kaiser's going to go to jail one day, Dan. Kaiser's going to go to jail one day, and you're in the batter's box of stolen valor. You get it, Dad? Kaiser's going to go to jail one day, and you're in the batter's box for stolen valor. You know what's really weird, too, Dan? Is you don't mention your military service at all. Ever since Kaiser, the real heat got put on Kaiser, and you shut the fuck up about your military lies. And Shuggy don't talk much about his military experience anymore, but then Shuggy only talked about it to try and bolster your stolen valor claims. Shuggy, why are you bearding for Dan? You're Danny's little K-Far. You're Dan's little short, fat buddy, K-Far. But, you're French, so I guess we get it. You fucking traitors, running cowards. There was a time when on Google, if you Googled French military victories, it was in the early 90s, the kickback would be, did you mean French military defeats? Google fucking rocks. They rocked too big time before they got all fucking woke and shit. Wilson News Now says, don't tell Blacko, but I found her from her husband's obituary. Typical fucking con man, grift-o-matic. Linda Borham's with us, says, hey, Coded, and then says, hey to everybody. Hello, hello. See, Jeff Appleby got it. Dan is our on-deck lol cow. The fuck, you got that right, Dan. Eat up. Eat up, Danny. Keep moving down the feed chute. Eat all you want as you go. The slaughterhouse at the end of the fucking line, though. You might want to slow your roll a little bit. Enjoy the little time you have left. Because you, as Jeff Appleby has correctly deduced, you're our on-deck lolcow, motherfucker. But then with your loser luck, some bigger loser than you will come by and bump you out of your well-deserved spotlight. But it's all right, because even if you don't get your time this year in 2024, you will still not have made your little trip to America, and you will still be the fucking clown show you are. Dan, I went to Hong Kong. Next week, I'm going to the fucking Philippines. I showed pictures of me, my kid, my wife in Hong Kong. I showed pictures of me, my kid, my wife in the Philippines. Josh talked about how long my fucking hair was, that I looked like fucking Chris Cornell, I think he said it was. All my fucking college buddies are like, yeah, Eddie Vedder, nice Eddie Vedder hair. But I'm not on the dole, simp like Dan. So I can afford the products you need to keep good quality long hair, clean and fucking presentable. I have the resources to buy the high-end stuff, Dan. I have the resources to have about the young lady at the salon who was half Indonesian, half Irish, and beyond fucking beautiful, who's cut my hair for, shit, man, more than 20 years. You just don't strike me as a guy who has those kind of relationships, Dan. Where, like, if I don't, because I'll go a year without getting a haircut. No problem. Go from flat top to growing it out. And I'll let it go for a year, and then I'll start going every 7 weeks or so for a while. Keep it neat and trim. My stylist calls me when I haven't shown up in 3 or 4 months. You don't have those fucking relationships, Dan. Too bad for you.
Oh, I wonder how many tips he got. Just the tip. Talking about masshole. He spent 5 hours on masshole just talking about masshole.
I just find it really hilarious that people are that interested.
I got to get
in
back
my
into
life
what they were
history.
fucking saying here. Why is their volume so low?
Well, he
So,
spent what,
seriously?
5
How sad
hours on
do you have to be?
masshole? He spent 5 hours on masshole just talking about you?
But he parked a lot of cars during that time too.
Oh, I wonder how many tips he got. Just the tip.
How many? Why would I be on Discord if I was at fucking work? I'm not like you, you fucking loser. Hey, Jimmy, with the tip thing, get a fucking job, Jim. Get a fucking job. Get a job. When was the last time you had a fucking job, Jim? You are literally living off your mother in her house at 52 years old. But you're a blogger. You're an internet blogger, Jim, that got a $25 donation from one person in 2023. You're a fucking wild success, Jimbo.
But it's ridiculous. I don't know. Anyway, before we start on that idiot, we've got the other idiot. There's some housekeeping to do. Jim?
Which other idiot?
Jim knows.
I sent it to Becca. Becca's got the document. Because there's been a reply from the defense to these insane.
Yes,
absolutely
but Becca
worried
doesn't
their
know
grift
what
is
we
gonna
talked
fall
about,
apart.
the only bit we were doing.
Oh, well, no, the whole document is the only bit we were doing.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it is. That's the
Yeah.
whole document.
Okay.
No, I said we weren't doing that.
Okay, that's the 20.
God damn it, Jim. You never pay attention. Quit huffing that cat urine. Jeff Appleby says that carte blanche, we agree. Sorry, teeth are my thing for obvious reasons. The lying about service and then adding suicide to the story is even a more dark but seemingly common part to this game. Yeah. That's Wrangler. You hit the nail on the head. There was another comment by you. Sorry, Jeff. I'm not a very sensitive guy, and the teeth thing before you, yeah, I don't know. If I had thought about it, I might not have made that fucking comment. But the point was, 50K for the amount of wealth Dan was claiming at one. Dan claims to own a mansion and a yacht. So 50K, for a guy with the wealth that Dan says he has, he could afford to have all his fucking teeth pulled and a set of permanent implants put in. And not Kaiser like implants, that look a little more authentic. I mean, I work with dancers. I work the club scene with dancers. I've seen girls who, work their ass off for 2 years just to put that extra money away to get their teeth redone. And the whole reason they're in the industry was to get the teeth, and then they're gone. Or they're getting the teeth while they go to college, and then they're gone because they, some of these girls are inner city. They didn't have a lot. They didn't get dental care when they were being brought up, and they're very sensitive about their appearance. 50K for a guy with the wealth that Dan claims he has. 50K is a mere bag of shells, my friend, a drop in the bucket. That's why Dan screams fucking bullshit. Yeah, Rebel. Dan's got so much money he converted his private jet into a yacht. Rebel says it must be a seaplane. Rebel said, well, good point, Rebel. They talk about Chile 5 hours a day, but that's completely different. And the shit they say about Chile isn't fucking true. We heard all the shit. Look, I ramped up on Dan when he started calling Reagan Benson a fucking murderer and accusing her of murder. That's when I really ramped up on these fucking guys. It's their shit thrown back at them, and you watch how they object to it, and you understand that they're completely fucking self-aware. And you can throw it back at me and say, you're doing the same thing to them. Yes, exactly. And I announced I would do it before I did it when I encounter these fucking high horse, pride-filled fucking, as Mr. Caruso likes to say, sanctimonious little bitches. You want to see sanctimonious? Go watch Dan and Bleckett doing Am I the Asshole? Go watch that. That's fucking sanctimonious. Jesus Christ. The shit you do when it gets done to you, you go, oh my God, foul, foul. You just prove that you disapprove of your own fucking methodology. It's crazy. I love being a fucking contrarian. I love being a contrarian. I love that I can look at what you do and see it so fucking clearly that I can replicate it, bring it back to you, and watch you fucking fox in the fucking hen yard squabble squawk. Jesus Christ, Dan. You're a pussy beyond fucking compare.
6-page document that I'm not going to be reading.
No.
Okay.
I said we weren't doing that.
You talk about
We were
Turtle Boy.
only covering his demands. That's it.
Got it.
Not true.
Hello, Odin. Good to see you.
No, these are the demands with the replies back from the defense.
Okay.
So it's in his demands are there in their entirety, but so are why they're insane and the background, and some of this is hilarious.
Wait, am I supposed to fucking have a wig? I'm not growing.
Yeah.
I'm not wearing a wig.
I don't know how.
Danny Boy lost a lot of fucking hair. Well, I thought you were going to analyze this fucking argument. Jesus Christ. You used me to tease your fucking audience. You're probably not going to do shit, you fucking cowardly little puss. Vestige of Bees says, I wonder what happened to their Patreon. It's not listed in their links. Ooh. If Patreon has a relationship with AdSense, then that might be a fucking problem because they're already on the radar from AdSense at YouTube. I could see where Patreon would use AdSense instead of replicating, reinventing the wheel on the features that AdSense provides. The good catch, man. Good catch, Vestige of Bees. Thank you. Alan Killian wants to know, did Dan's poker buddies leave their chips in his prison wallet? I think poker is how the chips get in the prison wallet. I've said it before. Dan's poker games do not involve a deck of cards. Carte Blanche says, yeah, unfortunately it is at Jeff Appleby. Rebel says they're worried about their grift falling apart. I read all that shit. Oh my God, I've got the shakes and double vision. Oh, I was looking for Odin's comment. There it is. Odin says they're a mirror. Yeah. Well, actually, I'm the mirror, and I'm holding myself up in front of them. I just basically have done this a couple times now. I sit back, I watch, I study the methodology, the way they interact, the logical fallacies they're most likely to employ, bandwagon, ad hominem, all that fucking shit. And then I tick off what they fucking use, and I go back to them and I argue the counter side of one of their arguments. Always something the argument I present is always my belief. I don't disingenuous that. If I don't have an opinion, then I'm just going to wait for something else. And then I basically just use their methodologies up against them. And every time they object most vehemently, as does their audience, to their own tactics. It's fun, man. And from Sarah from NTFG is one of the, Sarah and I have known each other for a long time. She's one of the people growing up and coming up that, recognized this, and she was educated in it and recognized it and, uses it in a productive way in society. She doesn't use it to take advantage of people, but she uses it to help form marketing strategies and shit like that. The whole thing with Howard Stern, when NBC, WNBC, and NBC found out, when they realized that the people that hated Howard Stern were actually listening longer than the fans, that was when NBC, they put managers on Stern for show. And the managers would object to shit, and Stern would tell them to fuck off. And to everyone, Stern looked like the rebel. To NBC, Stern was the ideal DJ because he got people to listen to him. And that's what radio is all about. There's a lot of ways to play this fucking game. Odin says, hey, Coded. Hey, Odin. Odin says, Frauditor Troll and Frauditor Wrangler are the same as the Frauditors at codedfriend.001. That what the mirror is too. They do. Frauditor Troll and Frauditor Wrangler do employ the same tactics. Wrangler's teaching people how to privacy strike. And Frauditor Troll's just a fucking clip show. He's literally just a clip show that's all about the donos. Who the fuck is Alice? Says no sane person is paying to watch their dribble. Absolutely. Wilson News Now says Tina and I are starting our own YouTube channel. Teletubbies Tube Time. Whew. I'm glad you're back, Welsh News Now. Haven't seen you in a while. It's good to fucking see you again. Turn your flag right side up. It's driving me fucking cray-cray. Jeff Appleby says, does anyone believe the privacy strikes are legit from the people and not Wrangler? Yeah, I mean, I'm not getting that deep into fucking Wrangler. Jeff, there are other people who fucking are way pairing weight out of that motherfucker. I'm surprised he can fucking breathe, man.
How it's even possible to pull out my own hair? got
I'm
it paged.
reasonably sure that the limited amount that's there is still mine.
Dan lost a lot
And
of
it
hair in
irks me that I have
2023.
so much hair.
Hair loss is usually a sign of testosterone depletion. When you see the picture of me, you'll see how fucking long and full my fucking hair is, Dad. At 56, you're 48 and you fucking bald. That's a sign that your testosterone's dipped off at that age, bro. Blackie. Blackie's gonna get a money hungry, limp fucking noodle.
All right, what were Bucktard's demands, Jim?
Here's the blank one with just his demands. There you go. There's 33 of them.
33
Uh-huh.
demands.
And they're hilarious.
Whose demands are these?
Give me just a second.
And yes, he is still sulking about them not entering his video into evidence for him.
Oh,
Yes.
they're talking about fucking shit.
Which, yeah, go figure that one.
Oh, Dan did a little come on.
There
Danny
was
did a
another
come
video besides the
on.
one his lawyer
Dirty pig boy.
demanded be seen. Or
Law enforcement officer or other state personnel, they would have to go
Tomorrow
through.
he'll claim he
There, that
trolled
you
me.
needed to read, Becca.
Okay.
Letter W124
It's just that it's hilarious what he's
Mercedes.
trying to do in Discovery. It's insanity.
Yeah.
If-
I will be made.
If the judge forced the defense to actually comply with what Chile wants, it would take them about 4 years. Hundreds of cartons of documents.
Yeah.
Cut and paste and do your first one over. It was very specific things to.
Oh, man.
Wait, we're in Ohio? Oh no, Jim, what have you done?
Jim's a creepy motherfucker. Oh, there we go. I think we saw it.
Can we what?
See the
Hopefully this doesn't take more than fucking 30 minutes.
so
hey, Hot Wheels.
onto the shit show.
Oh, I thought for sure they would have got J.R.
Oh, it was an
Warren.
enjoyable
fucking
shit show
show.
watching him get slapped around.
Watching me get slapped around. Boop, boop.
Can we see
I-
the comments while we do it?
No.
Okay.
Can we what?
See the comments while it's viewed. No, we cannot.
Fair enough.
J.L. Warren relies.
And I did skip past his music, so it's about
Thank you.
12 and a half minutes in.
solely on logic. And, well, JL, your logic is shaky at best. I've seen a lot of your arguments that are literally just other people's arguments memorized, and that's what allows you to make such egregious logical errors.
Wait,
Oh.
Coded,
Laura Rader says,
really?
I do
You're
not like
going
content.
to complain about his logic just being other people's shit memorized when you are literally spouting the Bible, which is a book written by somebody else that you memorized.
Except
That's not logic, dipshit. That's a didactic narrative. You really don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Dan. That's a teaching. You don't modify teachings. You present them when they appropriately apply, not the way you use that shit, Dan. It is not a Socratic dialogue, the Bible. It is a didactic teaching. The book says what the book says. Believe it or don't believe it. The choice is yours. I believe in free will. I don't preach. I'm not forcing. I don't preach Bible thump the way you say. You use those descriptors to dissuade people. They're not true. If I did a real Bible thump, you would be fucking scared. I don't do that shit. This is about love. This is not about scaring people. You're the fucking one who extorts people, Dan. You just don't understand what that book is about, which is why you can't approach it in a way that its wisdom can be understood by you. And you can go ahead and respond word salad to that, Dan, because I know you don't fucking understand what I just said.
Exactly.
Okay.
You narrowed that down pretty well.
What up, Dearmid? There's going to be some Bible talk,
Creators
bro.
that
It's going
edit
over
shit out
the
to hide things from me. I'm
jail
going to
warrant argument.
rewind. I'm already discriminated against for not doing Discord. You're not discriminated against for not doing Discord. I've seen you on Discord. I know you don't do it often or a lot, but I've seen you on Discord, Laura. You're not being discriminated against. All it is the beginning tune, and like Hello Baby described it, sounds like I was bumping the record player and the needle was skipping around because my artificially intelligent laptop couldn't decide to go with the stronger hardline connection and wanted to stay with the wireless connection.
What?
Hello Baby says, this is when that was over. I had to.
You hear Shuggy? What? I had to switch from my wireless to my wired, and it caused the connection to drop out. Shuggy, what the fuck, man? How drunk are you, dude?
Unsub because he.
And the way I talk is definitely driving at forcing you to fucking listen to me, and you don't do that well at all, Shuggy. That's why you can't rely when you say Coded said, because you're rarely fucking right. It's almost like you live underwater, and that's the way you hear things. And then you just make up what you think you fucking heard.
He only does atheist shows, and I became a Christian minister before I graduated college. Yeah, he does do atheist shows. I mean, to his credit, he is equally against the Muslim God and the Hebrew God as he is the Christian God. The God of the Old Testament, Hebrews, and the God of the New Testament are the same God. The God of the Scripture, Old Testament, New Testament, and the God of the Muslim faith.
It's not that you're against a specific.
No, let him finish.
Are completely different entities.
Stop. There's your problem. Coded doesn't understand that Islam, Judaism, and Christianity all have the same fucking God.
See, this is a problem Dan has. And I actually explained it in this, I think. I've talked about it before. The Judeo-Christian God is Yahweh. The God of the Muslim faith is Allah. Allah comes from a pre-Muslim, maybe even pre-Islamic moon god, pagan moon god. It's traceable, it's identifiable in the book. The main distinctive feature, before we get into tangentials and all that shit. See, Dan doesn't understand religion at all. And he doesn't understand the tenets of the individual faiths, which can be dealt with in a purely logic. You won't get the fullness of the meaning, but you will get good understanding. You can deal with them logically, structuredly. They're all laid out. They're old religions. Christianity's 2,000 years old. Judaism, anywhere from 3 to 5. Probably closer to 5. The Muslim faith, as it exists today, has only been around for 600 years. The Muslim faith took a lot of Old Testament books and scripture, specifically the kosher law, and just imported it into its belief system rather than reinvent it. So it looks like there are superficialities that look like similarities. But the Muslim faith had the benefit of copying from the Christian text and the Hebrew text to make it appear to be similar to both. The main difference, whether you believe in God or not, the main difference between Yahweh and Allah is called the abrogation. Yahweh put his word, what he says he will do, above his ability. He can do anything. The Muslim faith, in order to make, and this is a mistake that happens in pantheons all through humanity and all through history, they, all the attributes of their God are given to their chief God, are given to their chief God deity, because they make that deity appear to be the strongest possible thing that can exist. So the God of the New Testament, Old Testament is self-regulating. If his word will not go out void, clearly stated more than once in the scripture. If he says it will come to pass, it will come to pass. God is not like a human. Why should he repent? So the Muslim God, Allah, can abrogate in the end, because he can do all things, means on the last day, he can say, fuck it, man, I'm not really fond of these people that didn't eat pigs, but those few over there that did eat pigs, they seem pretty fucking mellow. I want to hang with them. I want them to spend eternity with me on the fucking last day and say, all right, I'm just taking the people that ate pork. Sorry to you guys that, struggled through it and didn't eat the pork, but, I changed my mind. And he has every right to do that because he's all powerful. That's a big difference. Big difference. Dan doesn't understand that because Dan doesn't know anything other than the common blah blah that all three of these religions are the same. There's one for your conspiracy room mechanics, the one world religion. You think a one world government's fucking scary? A one world religion run purely by men is a dangerous fucking thing. So Dan, simply saying that Allah and Yahweh are the same ability-wise and characteristics is to exhibit a fundamental misunderstanding of some very basic 101 information. You can approach the deities of the Muslim faith and the deities, three persons, one deity, the deity of each. You can approach them logically and theoretically through the scripture, the same way you would approach a character in a mythological pantheon like Zeus or that, just to get understanding of the character, the nature of the character and the attributes of the literary individual. It's written down, it's literature. There is a literary individual there, and his characteristics and attributes are very well defined, both in the Quran and in the Old and New Testament. And the individual presented in the Quran is fundamentally different than the deity of the Old Testament and New Testament because of the abrogation. Dan doesn't understand that. Dan's already at a loss lumping three things together, one of which is false. You just imported error into your system by hastily generalizing. Logical fallacy.
Just known by different names.
They argue about Christ.
Hank, the so-called Christian, just said Allah and Yahweh are essentially the same. Here's a man who does not have a relationship with the God he claims to know.
They argue about Muhammad, but Christ.
Hold on.
Just known by different names.
They argue about Christ. They argue about Muhammad, but they all have the same fucking God, you numpty.
You ignorant pervert. See, this is it, Dan. That the book I read says the perversion that you have will blind you. It will dim your sight, not completely blind you, but it makes it difficult for you to see the fucking truth. Because now you have to filter through a perverted lens, and the perversion is you're distracted all the fucking time by your fucking sexual misdeed thoughts. That's what that does. You're masturbating to a fucking digital image. That's your idea of love, Dan. They're not the same individual. You don't know the text. You don't know the Quran. You don't know the Old Testament, and you don't know the New Testament. You don't know what you're talking about, Dan, because you haven't read the books. That's why. Simple fucking ignorance. Your knowledge that you haven't read the texts doesn't stop you from saying what's in the fucking texts. That's not good, Dan. It's not good. Not good at all. Jesus Christ, man.
Jesus.
But my God's better than your God.
It's part of
Hank, it's not my God's better than your God. It's one God is true, and all the rest of this shit is fucking false. But you don't care. You don't give a shit, Hank. You don't fucking care. That's why you don't show any fruit.
why it's so sad and pathetic when you have, especially from those three faiths, people killing themselves in God's name. It's the same fucking person.
See, here's the problem. It's not the same person. Dipshit, you don't know the fucking text. If you knew the text, you would know the reason. One of the big reasons for the fucking division is one group believes in a different God than the
Literally.
other group.
In the Judeo-Christian faith, Yahweh has
Now you're going to have to go through the whole abrogation thing again, so I'm going to speed this up a little bit. Well, I'll let it roll.
stated that if he says it, his word will not go out void. So if he says it, he put his proclamation, his spoken words, above his abilities. God is self-regulating. According to the Muslim faith, there is a thing called the abrogation, and because the Muslim God Allah is all powerful, he can on the last day he can announce that fuck it, I changed my mind. I'm only going to take the individuals who ate pork after being told generationally for over 1,000 years to not eat pork. If you ate pork, you wouldn't get to go to heaven. The Muslim God can change that on the last day if he wants to, because that's within his power.
So can the Christian God, otherwise you don't have the New Testament.
Holy fuck, are you stupid? It's the same God in the Old Testament and the New Testament. Of course. You're explaining what I already said. I love when you do this shit.
There are lots of parts of the New Testament that disagree with the Old Testament.
Name one.
If God can't change his mind, how did the New Testament happen?
Who said God can't change his mind? If his word goes out, it will be fulfilled. So when he said, "You're my sheep, there's another flock," at some time in the future, all through the Old Testament, the second flock is talked about, identified, and the unification of the two flocks is prophesied through the entirety of the scripture. You haven't read the fucking book that you're talking about. You're doing the same thing. You're not doing J.L. Warren any fucking justice here, because you're doing the same shit he did. You listened to that video and then you went and you read it wherever, YouTube, wherever, and looked for counter arguments. And you're just prattling out memorized shit. The God of the Muslim faith and the God of the Old Testament, New Testament are not the same deity. Everything you argue from that standpoint will be wrong.
Just asking, because that's not what was mentioned in the Old Testament. Happened. Change his mind.
I love when, dude, he imitates Tina Slay. When he thinks he's getting snarky and he's got you, he imitates Tina Slay. It's fucking crazy.
If God can't change his mind, how did the New Testament happen? Just asking, because
when did his mind change, Dan? The coming of Christ is prophesied through the entirety of the Old Testament. It's the main fucking message. How is he changing his mind if over time what he says will happen actually happens? How is that a fucking mind change? He announced it in the beginning. Bro. I don't know, Ed. You don't seem so smart.
That's not what was mentioned in the Old Testament.
And abilities, whereas the Judeo-Christian God is self-regulated.
Hold on a fucking second here. In the Old Testament, Genesis, right from the beginning, Adam and Eve sin. They're put out of the garden. Before they're put out of the garden, they are dressed in animal skins. The message, right from the moment of expulsion, the act of kindness, God clothed them. Not fig leaves, good, durable animal skin. That is the first taught tradition for man to remember that blood will have to be spilled for him to be protected and saved. It's right there at the beginning of Genesis. If you go to the book of Jonah in the Old Testament, the very end of the book of Jonah, the raising of the vine that then shriveled in its prime, that's a reference to Christ, cut down in his prime. He was the shelter for the believers. Great relief. They were, Jonah was overjoyed, and then he lamented when the vine withered away. And he was once again exposed. That's all with Christ, without Christ. It's all through the Old Testament, beginning to end. But if you don't read the book, you don't know.
And if he says it will happen, it will happen. Coded Friend says, hello to hello, baby.
Really? You're pulling
Rebels
your own
Willis.
chat messages?
I'm going to time out.
Was that a funny, Dad? Don't diddle, lick a window.
Really, he's pulling up his own chat messages up and reading them, for fuck's sakes.
This is his roll call just every time for about an hour.
His own shit?
Uh-huh. This is roll call.
Yeah, that's fine. Roll call other people's messages, but why pull up your own and read them out?
It's one fucking message, dude. It's to include me in the group so that it doesn't look as though I'm above the group. It's something you don't have a fucking concept of at all, because you're governed by a king. So you're Welsh News Network, you're King Dan. That's hence Good Dan, Bad Dan, the crazy fucking. Oh my God, what a cardinal sin. I read my own fucking chat. Hang on a second. I'm going to type a chat while we listen to Dan.
Pass.
My God, she won't be able to anymore, Rebel. He's got his wrench. Hello, baby says, my BPD lit up and I had to ride it out. I am back. Good. And there's no problem with that. You said what you said. You didn't say anything bad. I understand. I have my ups and downs. I have my moments where I just want to say fuck it to everything. And there are a couple times.
Just really quick. Rebel says they pull up Dan's messages all the time. Yeah, except Dan's got to fucking pay. Dan's got a super chat to get his own messages read. It's fucking hilarious. Carte Blanche says, I noticed that Dan's voice gets very effeminate when he thinks he's right. He gets Tina Slayish, like intonation and tone wise. It's a little bit weird. Coded friend.001 says, this is my text. Carte Blanche laughing. Times
in the past, I have said fuck it to everything. So I understand. We all get a little wobbly once in a while. Your wobble wasn't so bad. You didn't collide with anything else. So, we get it. Don't in the future threaten to go away and never come back again. We will not tolerate that. Steps will be taken.
What the fuck? Nobody has a right or the power to tell you you can't watch their show if you stop watching them for a period of time.
Oh, okay.
I might not have the power to stop you from watching me, but I have the right to tell you I don't fucking want you here. I have every right to fucking say that. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking little lily white fucking dirty girl.
That's his whole thing.
Fuck.
Katie D says, good afternoon.
Yeah. Seriously.
Oh. Okay.
Coded friend.001 mechanics and Flo B. Flo B says, wow, had no idea he does atheist stuff. The majority of his stuff is atheist stuff. Or at least the majority of stuff I run
atheist stuff.
I don't know.
He literally has an entire fucking channel to it.
What the fuck is stupid saying? I said I'm talking about his channel. I know he does atheist stuff. What the fuck is this? This is why I don't like listening to this guy. Because the shit he says is so fucking stupid. I can't believe he actually said it. And I wind up having to go back and listen to fucking stupid shit twice.
Atheist stuff. The majority of his stuff is atheist stuff. Or at least the majority of stuff I run
atheist stuff.
I don't know.
He literally has an entire fucking channel to it.
Hey, dipshit, there's an idea that everyone in your audience hasn't seen everything that you've seen. This is why we talk to each other, you dumb fuck. If we'd all seen the same shit everywhere, there'd be no reason to talk to each other. except for maybe really dumb people like you that keep making the same fucking mistake over and over and over and over. So when you're talking to an audience and you're referencing someone, you give a little background, you give a little detail so that they don't think you're talking about some other JL. Holy fuck, man. Wow. Like you don't even know communication 101.
Okay.
Know his whole catalog, so I don't want to pronounce on the everything of it. Shiz says JL. Shiz is a fan of JL. I understand why. Again, he's not a bad guy. Just on the God thing, he seems to be a little confused, and his sole reliance on logic, he makes 101 logical errors quite often. Rebel says, hello, baby. Jesse VR is here, says, hello, everyone, at Coded Friend Flo B, and all still on their way. Dearmid says, hello to all. Hello, baby, says, it's his.
All right, I just wanted to let you know that the goal was to get Dan to play this. And then, hope pieces went to other people. Witch of Heart actually sniped it. So I got credit for 2 when Dan did this. They're the playing with my guys. I got 2 YouTube creators to show my videos. They're doing it, so can you intentionally steer it? And I waste your fucking time, Dan, bore your audience by interacting with my audience when it's live and forcing you to watch it while it's historical. And your audience doesn't really object to what is said in my side chat because I think most of your audience can't fucking understand it. Whereas when my audience sees your side chat, they're fucking popping like popcorn on your fucking nonsense.
His reason for living, if you know the phrase in French, go ahead and post it.
I think he believes in the freedom of religion as long as it's his religion.
I believe everyone should do as they want to do, as long as it's not causing harm to, real physical harm to people in the community. The point is not, again, this is about free will. It's got to be freely accepted. So at no time should the confidence in what I say be perceived as forcing something on you. I'm just confident in what I say. It's up to you to believe what you believe. That's why I love my chat. My chat's not just, oh, yeah, coded. No, the fucking question should I say? They tell me I'm stupid sometimes. I don't fucking care. But you can't do that over at Dan's place. You get blocked, booted. A bunch of people are here because they got blocked and booted from over there. Who's in Dan's chat that got blocked or booted from over here? Tonight, it might be Bandit, and that's about it.
Flo B. At Flo B. Hello, baby, says he has no sense of smell either. Well, that makes it easy to eat stinky fish. Hello, baby, says hey to Dermot Costello. Katie D says hey to Dermot Costello. Jesse VR. Raison d'etre. Raison d'etre, or something like that. Hello, baby, I think. Hello, baby, says that. Jesse VR. Yes. Jesse VR says JLW does look a lot thinner, doesn't he? I was noticing that too. Yeah, he in his face, you can see it. I don't know about the rest of the body. Dearmid Costello, theological debate? Nah, not really, Dearmid.
Yeah,
I'm going to
really.
point out a simple flaw in logic. And
No, Blacka, listen to what I'm saying instead of making a ahead of the time pronouncement to get your audience to just believe your little statement and disregard what I actually fucking said. That's what you guys do. And I didn't watch the whole video. I just kind of jumped through it and I caught a piece where he was parroting someone else's critique of free will and he's just completely fucking wrong. Shiz Happen says, I'm going to miss. Did you get that? The whole thing from the beginning was only regarding free will. That's all I wanted to talk. All the other shit he did because he knew I wanted to talk to him about his take on free will. And the reason he didn't want to talk to me about it and steer it around with all the other fucking bullshit is because he knows he pulled it from Calvinist fucking theological teachings, religion. I didn't watch the whole video. I just kind of jumped through it and I caught a piece where he was parroting someone else's critique of free will and he's just completely fucking wrong. Shiz Happen says, I'm going to miss the first bit, but tell JL I miss him and his ghost fetish. JL, Shiz misses you and your ghost fetish. JL Warren does not believe in God, but he believes in ghosts. It's kind of fucking weird. Hello Baby says, hey, Coded, I'm emailing you one more thing I know about JL right now. Well, hold on a second. I will check my email.
Oh, for God's sake.
What?
What did they share?
God knows.
I'm just gonna let that slide. Thanks for letting me know, though.
Really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So is he passing judgment?
Uh-huh.
I got some interesting.
All right, so listen to them. There's no information given here. All they know is Hello Baby sent codedfriend.001 an email. And listen to them just fucking try to figure a way to fucking get a narrative going. It's so fucking funny. There's no information here. Hello Baby sent Coded Friend an email. That's it. The rest is play for you to get the that's for you to get your fucking mind clicked in gear. See how easy it was to get your little mechanism rolling?
Really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So is he passing judgment?
Uh-huh.
I got some interesting information from another person.
Wait, how did I pass judgment there? Like Black is so fucking confused. She doesn't know what the fuck's going on. And the rest of the panel is going, wait, Black is confused? Why is she confused? That should have been straightforward. Uh-oh, what the fuck? It's crazy how these, you know, the body has circadian rhythms. And when people spend enough time together, they tend to sync up. Women know about a physical phenomenon that happens that starts to once a month kind of coincide. Everybody starts to gravitate to the same time frame. The same thing happens with body functions, other body functions, and attitudes. And the fucking dumbest, the dumbest measure usually dominates. This group is fucking, they get as dumb as the dumb one fast. Like the dumb one doesn't stop and listen to the smart one. And I'm talking in a fucking tight degree here. These smarter ones are always dragged down by the dumb one in these 5-panel fucking spank jobs. Circle jerk.
God knows.
I'm just gonna let that slide. Thanks for letting me know, though.
I'm just going to let that slide. Thanks for letting me know, though. Should really communicate that there's nothing to present here. And you don't want to tell the person, you didn't really give me anything, but thanks for, giving me a chance to ham it up a little bit. That's it. That was on the fly. That was a good on the fly. It's been what, a couple days now? It's still affecting you. That was a good on the fly.
Really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So is he passing judgment?
Uh-huh.
I got some interesting information from another person too. We'll get to that later. Let me see where I'm at. Katie D says he looks really different with that. The beard is longer. His face looks a lot thinner though. Dermot Costello says, hello, JL. Is JL here? If JL Warren shows up, let me know. Flo B says, sorry, I didn't know it. Flo B says, hi, it shiz happens, Rebel, Dearmid, Jesse VR, and KDD. Jolly Philly says, good afternoon, coded friend .001 and chat. Flo B thinks he looks thinner too. Hello Baby says, is JL sick? Did he start Weight Watchers or what? He was a pretty heavy, I mean, I don't know if I would call him fat. He had a big.
Cody, you said that you're carrying around a little extra weight, so you shouldn't be fat shaming anybody.
I'm not fat shaming anyone. I said it out loud so I would get my fucking fatness down. I don't like saying that, so I say it because not wanting to hear it again motivates me to get my fucking move on. I've dropped quite a bit of weight. It was the car accident I had 3 years ago. I really got I had 2 fractures in the hip, so I couldn't fucking run. I'll keep this short. So when you're not using your muscles, they atrophy really fucking fast. And I guess my metabolism, which has always run fast, doesn't run fast anymore. So, I was drinking a lot of milk too because I had bone fractures. So I put a lot of fucking weight on. And 3 years after a car accident, I think I'm at the point where I'm 90% healed. I got another 10% to go, but that's the 10% real work part, putting it in gear and making the machine move. I'm burning up my extra fuel supply. Don't you worry about that, blackety black. I bought myself a nice rowing machine. I'm on that fucker sweating in the cold garage every day.
Buddy.
Also, who the fuck cares?
And nobody. I don't give a fuck.
In his mind or his body?
Build to him. He was fit.
I merely commented that JL Warren's losing weight. Look, when you get our age and in your 50s, you start to notice that in the people around you. Because, from 40 to 50, most people put some extra weight on. And then if you see the weight dropping off, you kind of pay attention to it. If it drops off sharply, you ask your friend if everything's okay, because he might have a fucking pain or a woe, and he's trying to avoid acknowledging it. And you saying you can see it might be what he needs to say, hey, maybe I should go see a fucking doctor. Carte blanche. WNN fat shames everyone they dislike. Chili, Reagan. Yeah, exactly. Black had just tried to fat shame me. Black had just tried to fat shame me for fat shaming. You could have gotten the same message across without mentioning my weight at all. But you see, you're guilty of the fucking shit that you accuse other people of doing. I love this. This is literally like shooting fish in a fucking barrel.
What happens as you get older? You just kind of gravitate to a different weight point.
Or you start realizing.
Logan Sandman says, hey to everybody. Jesse VR says, I'm not religious myself.
What did she say?
Maybe
Wow, that's
says,
a
hey
little bit of a reveal.
gravitate to it. You know what happens as you get old?
As you get older, I'm saying you just your body's kind of got a set weight point, its own ideal. It changes over time. And your body weight should fluctuate a little above or a little below that ideal point. If it gets below, your metabolism will slow down, which makes it easier for it to gain weight to get back into that range. Your body's a fucking auto-regulating thing most of the time. You can change the regulation, but it'll regulate itself. So as you get older, you get less active, you gain more weight. That weight tends to be fat, not muscle mass. As long as you're active, you gain weight, you gain muscle mass. It's no big deal. Muscle shivers, heats the body. You don't need as much fat. If you don't have a lot of muscle, you need fat. Fat insulates. Your body knows what it's doing.
Older, you just kind of gravitate to a different weight point.
Or you start realizing
Logan
how much your
Sandman
legs
says, hey to
suck.
everybody. Jesse VR says, I'm not religious myself, maybe a kind of pantheist, but I really hate it when people consider themselves intelligent because they are atheists.
There is a bit of that attitude.
I'm pretty sure JL thinks he's a superior intellect because he's dismissed the God.
He
which
does.
is really fucking weird.
He definitely
Superior to who?
Hello, baby says Logan. John.
Dan, you should know, you hoity-toity little nose-up-the-butt bootlicker. Superior to the people they deem beneath them, Danny. Oh, it's like you're not even royalty.
Clark says Kinks. Very good, John. Who the fuck is Alice is with us? Hey, everyone. Jolly Philly says, now I'm dancing in my chair. Sweet. Hello, baby says, they think we all fell for a scam. I can see the point. But as far as this house, like, there are a lot of problems with religious institutions in Christianity. Probably more so than any other religion.
Okay, wait.
Wait.
There are problems with religious institutions insofar as Christianity more so than any other. Really?
Yeah.
Dear sweet mother of God, he's a fucking moron.
I'm a moron because I think that the religion that I participate in, Christianity, which can be anything from, from Catholicism, Catholics to, Roman Catholics, Irish Catholics, big fucking different. Women could be bishops in the Irish Catholic Church. The presbyters, the fucking Methodists. There are so many different flavors, and they're all running like fucking businesses. It's woeful. It's shameful shit. So there's a lot of fucking corruption in the institutionalized religion that claims to be of the same faith I am. Maybe I should have been more clear on that, Dan. But I think concepts like those you're not ready for yet. Because you haven't even read the fucking book yet.
It's worse.
And yeah, that was mildly sanctimonious. Anthony Caruso.
He's never heard of the Muslim religious schools? Those fucking things are evil.
See, Dan, I hear about all kinds of shit, right? I don't just take it because I hear it. I heard your childhood friend's brains got blown all over your fucking uniform. I heard that. Oh, that's right. You said that. You said that. I heard it. I called bullshit. It's such a meaningful event in your life. You couldn't show a little proof of it. Fairy tale.
It's because institutions are run by men, and men are fallen. So men fuck shit up, and then pastors get greedy, and then pastors make the cardinal mistake. They feed off the flock. And God said, woe to those who do that. Oh, Hello Baby says, yeah, I fell in my mental health hole for a second. Had to ride it out at Scott Ama. I am glad you are back here with us. Hello Baby. Hello Baby.
Joe King is in the chat. He says, what the F is your hard on with WNN? Joe, we like our conversations here in the side chat. We like to have meaningful conversations. If you could use better adjectives and sometimes adverbs, maybe a noun or two that was slightly more subtle than just busting in the room with the what the F is your hard on with WNN. I don't give a fuck about WNN. What I care about is the lying, the grifting of money, and the teaching of falsehoods. Today we're dealing with teachings of falsehoods, which happens to be going on right now in the Welsh News Network page. So if you don't want to hear what I have to say about it, go fucking listen to them directly, dude. Nobody's keeping you here. Be try to be a little more polite, bro. Try to be more polite. Hard on 4. How homoerotic of you. Jesus. We don't have to talk about this shit in sexual terms, you Dan bootlicking simp. He says Code'd be bumping the record player. Nice.
I was grabbing
Damn,
it.
it
Thanks.
says another 5 minutes off my life I can't get back. Oh well. I'm forced to listen to fucking Welsh News Network fucking streams. So please. John Clark says,
Forced
Kiss
to
Rock.
do
I
it?
have to agree with that.
Just like
Really?
you're forced.
Hang on. Joe King needs some attention. Let's give Joe King some attention. Joe King. Jeff sounds like a homophobe that sucks off code. Oh my God. Joe King says coded because he spelled it wrong in the first one. It's all right, bro. You don't have to go through that much effort. You dumb enough as you are. That's fucking hilarious. I know, Joe King. I get it. I'm playing though. I'm playing. I'm in for the penny. I'm in for the pound. Joe King says no one is forcing you. I've heard stories about Dan though. If you want to be, if you want to be forced, go fucking talk to Dan. I hear he likes that. Hopefully you're tender. He likes that too. Joe King says typo, asshole. Bro, I'm known as slow, and I got that before you did, you fucktard. All right, back to the video. Did you get enough attention, Joe King? Walter. Hell, I just put that together, Joe King. Just because his name is Joe King doesn't mean he's our friend. He came in like kind of an asshole. Nope. Joe King says nope.
To do stream after stream after stream about this channel.
I think you might want to learn about free will, Coded. Just saying.
Did Becca just complain because I covered
Stream after stream after stream. It's like
Kiss
forced
Rock.
to do
I
it.
have to agree with that.
Forced to?
Just like
Really?
you're forced to do stream after stream after stream about this channel.
I never said that. I never said anything that would even indicate that I was forced to do anything. Again, I believe in free will. We all make the choices we make, and we're all responsible for the effects and our intentions when we put those choices into action. Simple, really simple shit. Really simple, Blacka. Now you got to take what you said. I do show after show. You broadcast every day and say shit about Chile. Stupid shit, heinous shit, untrue shit. You see what's going on here, I did to you what you do, and you're objecting to it. You're showing that you don't approve of what you do because you don't like it being done to you. Oh my God, what? JL Warren, and I catch a second rat in the fucking trap. And I got the fucking Witch of Heart Shuggy shit, which is even dumber than this fucking stuff. But Danny got his dumb on display.
I think you might want to learn about free will, Coded. Just saying.
John. Hello, baby says, so I have a Grinch costume I'm gonna wear, I believe, at Mom's old folks haven. And they have a street where it is done up, and Santa was there once, so maybe I'll brawl. Christmas Day. Hello, baby, in a fucking Grinch costume, slugging it out with the jolly Sinterklaas. Dearman Costello says, question at codedfriend.001. Does JL know this is happening? He probably does not. I mean, Coded Friend is just a tiny little channel. So if you want to give him a
Under 700.
heads up, I'll definitely drop an invite link if he shows up in the chat and give him a chance to talk.
What the fuck? Jeff Appleby says, I'm the gay Clayton Bigsby. Who the fuck is Clayton Bigsby?
So
Hello, baby says, I'm going to walk up and down the street. It's packed.
I'm sorry?
So you planned an interview or debate with a person, didn't want to tell them. Good effort, Coded.
Oh no, he wasn't going to have an interview. He was just going to shit all over JL the same as he does with everybody else. Because
I said in the fucking very beginning of the broadcast, my intent was to talk. I wasn't even... After the fucking broadcast started, Shiz said she could send an invite to JL Warren. I gave Shiz an invite to send. I didn't care if he came or not. The invite was given because I'm talking about him, and it's polite, if he's aware of it, to allow him to come and fucking respond. I'm at fault now for fucking having good manners? Get the fuck out of here. All I was going to do was talk about what he presented as free will versus predetermination. He was a proponent of predetermination. I knew the argument he was using. It's a religious argument. It's Calvinistic. I was interested in why an atheist would use religious doctrine and theology. Yeah. Because I wanted to know. So I talked about it. I'm a bad man.
you know, Cody.
Sorry, I forgot. I'm so sorry. Yes. I apologize.
He just got very, very upset that it didn't go the way he planned.
Then I didn't have a plan. I was winging it. There was a larger plan. That's what's being executed right the fuck now, dude. Dumb. You did the same thing with Merb. When I argued with Merb, you thought you saw a weak spot and you came after me. You're doing the same thing again. I fucked you up the last time. This time you're getting exposed how stupid you are. You're a dumb guy, Dan. This is a trap you got walked into.
And has since
Cunning as a serpent, gentle as a dove. I just speak words, Dan.
been trying to put out a whole load of bullshit, how he was trying to troll JL and trip JL into something and some other nonsense, and it's like, no.
What you said nothing right there. Nothing. You're trying to make sounds that can be articulated, but the string of sounds not have a weird or unknown meaning because parts of it are fucking missing. That's what you do. You just made sounds with your fucking mouth. What you wanted to say was I was trying to trap or trip up JL Warren. This is part of argumentation, dude. We're not physically fighting. We're not swinging sticks with spikes and sharp-edged swords. This is just words. And when you're, I don't think you understand how conversational arguing works. You're driving toward defeating your opponent, same as chess. Stalemate the king, nowhere to go. I'm not sure you're playing checkers, Dan. I think it might be marbles.
No, Cody, you
You
just
mean
got your
he
ass
tricked?
handed to you.
You mean he tricked JL into humiliating him? Okay.
Apparently.
Hank. You have such a false sense of confidence now. It's not a good place to be in because it's not reasonable in your case.
He doesn't understand that he got humiliated, that everybody just sat there laughing at him.
Dan, this is my favorite part in scripture, and I do get to employ it and play the fool quite often. Didn't I send the foolish things in this world to confound the wisdom of the wise? God himself said that. And if you want to ball this all inside logic, that's the outside wrapper. And it's highly illogical. But yet it makes perfect fucking sense. I take your methods and bring them back and play you by your own game. You don't like it. Oh, well, too bad.
Act with lookers and emote grumpiness. Nice. All the rebels once. The unforgiven Yeri is with us. Yo, yo, Yeri. Scrolling. Uh-oh. Katie D says, Rebel, you're being a meanie. Rebel got scolded. Laura says, I do not like content creators that edit shit out to hide things from me. I'm going to rewind. I'm already discriminated against for not doing Discord. It's just a fucking tune that's not.
I absolutely love that he has to play my time waste for him valuable for me. I'm interacting with my audience. I like to do that. But all this shit is fucking meaningless banter to you and your crowd. And you're just wasting their fucking time. You are one of the easiest fucking plays I have ever come across, Danny.
Playing fluidly. Dermot Costello says, isn't that what people do with religion?
I forgot how fucking boring he is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about.
Oh, I'm boring the shit out of your fucking audience.
Faith. If you believe in something or someone, then that you should act as though that were a reality.
Picked the wrong week to stop sniffing glue.
Laura Rader says, but I miss all the good gossip.
Did Hank just plagiarize a line from the movie Airplane circa 1978? Holy shit. Get your own fucking jokes, Hank.
Not on.
Why have we started at this
disclosed
point just out of interest?
I just went past the music.
Because none of you fuckheads know what you're doing, Dan. That's why. And it's been going on for what? fucking half an hour and you're just realizing that I've been doing nothing but soft serving you banter.
Oh, I didn't know how far in before JL came on. I could figure that out.
Discord and not so much
Carte
on the Lemon Squeeze Discord. They're very small Discords, Laura. You should join up the Lemon Squeeze or the Squoze, and then
I'm plugging my fucking, I'm plugging Deer Mids and my Discord servers on Welsh News Network to the Welsh News Network audience. Like, I don't think Dan understands anything about fucking marketing. We have a better chance of getting your people than you do getting ours, Dan. So, you know, fucking promo me, baby. Promo me. Carte Blanche says, how could he be tricked with his 180 IQ?
Nah. You know, you're not going to get pinged off out of fucking creation. Unforgiven Yeri says, hello, baby. I have a Discord for people who don't do Discord. Wow, what a great idea. No one's there. Scott Amos says, Laura, if you're speaking of the Squoze, it's Squoze, Squoze. Don't fret, I'm the only one there. Pretty much. Pretty much. Laura Rader says, hello, Mercedes, Jesse's Flo, John, my love, Dearmid. Hello, baby. Yeah, 124 Mercedes. Did I miss you? Sorry about that.
I'm sorry to make you guys listen to this.
Scrolling.
Booted has no scrotum, rawhide.
Dearmid Costello says, so you say JL is flawed because he remembers stuff he reads. Yet you read the stuff you know about religion, make it make sense. Yet you read the stuff.
Finally. Jump in the middle.
Sure. JL, you're the whole making money thing. I think that you're gotcha, JL. Before I'll bring you up
money.
before I directly address you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep talking
JL,
shit about you as you're in the background.
No one talks shit about him, you fucking
Seems to be a
retard,
habit.
Hank. No,
Hey,
you
Hank,
just make
at least he wasn't making him sit in the side chat for the whole thing.
Holy shit. When he showed up, I brought him up. Somebody messaged me in the fucking side chat. Wow, you gotta spin everything. You skipped what actually went on and posited your own little fucking oh my God, untrue account. This is hilarious. The biggest and the best news on the internet. Hold on, my man. We've had talks
sit in the side chat for the whole thing. Sat in the side chat until it was apparent. Yep.
I don't think they've ended well. So
Scott Amos says in the chat, oh my fucking God, I can't believe they just sat there looking stupid as Conan was going through the chat because they're so fucking laser focused on finding some little thing to pick out. If you just monotone, slow roll it and speak everything right, you can hang them up for a while because they kind of drone. They're not really listening, so they kind of fucking drone out. Every once in a while, if you watch their individual cameras, you'll see them startle themselves because they just kind of realize that they've been zoned out for fucking 5 minutes.
So I'm just going to say, let's try to, they were not personal face-to-face talks like this, but I think some side chat comments or some post-show comments. How are you, my friend?
I'm good.
Cool.
And just editing my next video. And I got a message that you were taking a look at my Alan Richson video and figured I'd pop over.
Go ahead, keep going. I'm
No,
sorry.
See, I did the right thing. Shiz said, "Do you want me to get in touch with him?" I said, "Give him an invite. If he wants to come, he can come." He came. I let him up. Why are you painting shit negative, Dan? You fucking lying little weasel. This is the shit that you do, Dan. Fake news at the snooze.
I was curious as to what it was. I was curious as to what your points would be, because I was listening for a while and you made a lot of claims. You repeated a lot of claims that are in the Bible, but citing the Bible to prove the claims in the Bible, obviously why that doesn't work.
Why doesn't it
Well,
work?
actually, the Bible is a collection of books. See,
Collection of stories.
this is one thing we have to remember. It's a collection of books.
Becca has it. Becca doesn't believe in the Bible at all, and she's denounced Jesus openly. Which she wants to do that. She wants to do that. Do that shit at your own peril. She has to. The Bible is a collection of books. Stories are what are in the books. Becca wants them to be called stories. So Becca has to jam in that it's stories. There's something about the scripture itself that Becca has a real negative reaction to. So she has to make sure that everyone knows that stories.
Books that were authored over time. So a New Testament scripture can in fact validate an Old Testament wisdom saying, prophecy. There are some, I know you don't believe in it. Let me just finish this one.
Anybody can write a story, and in several thousand years, somebody say, "Oh, this was all true back then."
Oh my God. Really? Can anybody do that? Then how come there aren't thousands of these fucking texts, if anybody can do that? First off, Blecka's interjection of stories. Blecka says that in a way that you would think because it's a story, it's untrue. I could write a story of all facts about the last hour of my day today, talking here on. It would be a story. It's a true story. See, stories. These guys start to define words their own ways, and then they wonder why there's conversational conflict. Just because something's a story doesn't mean it's fictional. You say it in a way that you're trying to emphasize that it's just a story. It's either a true story or it's not a true story. It could be a true story, but you don't want any truth to be associated to the word story, which is a little weird.
They do it all the time. They do it with a guy called Nostradamus.
Yeah.
But
he wrote a whole load of shit, some of which have come true. The vast majority has not.
Isn't that,
you mean the world didn't end in 1984?
Yeah.
Nostradamus was not a prophet of God. He was a man who claimed to have the ability to see into the future. I think that in more modern times, it's understood that these were political, military communications that were written in a coded language. They shouldn't be used. That's why they're unreliable, predicting future events. The story is not about what it's about. When it's decoded, the information contained in is illuminated. That's what Nostradamus was doing. So you gave one example from modern times in an age when we know psychology and, we know more about the human mind and strategizing. And because you can't understand what Nostradamus was doing, it's gibberish, and therefore the Bible's gibberish too. Like, I really don't understand how you make the connections in that chain of conclusions other than because you said so, which doesn't fucking work, man. You're dumb. Even Becca laughed at you.
New Testament doesn't really validate the Old Testament. It's written by people that believe that.
No, the New
So-
Testament absolutely does validate the
How?
Old Testament.
No, it was,
Well-
but it was written. But the problem is that the book was written to see the Old Testament. If you consider like the first 5 chapters, you're looking at like what was from from like the Jewish faith, and
First 5
then
books.
that was incorporated. But they incorporated that into the Christian framework.
See, I'm listening. He said first 5 chapters. What he was referencing was Moses' first 5 books. I just said books, not loud, not interruptively, so it was there because of the misspeak, and, let them go on. These guys would have jumped on that like it was some kind of fucking cardinal error, and they had, got you. Sometimes we make mistakes speaking.
So the people that wrote the books that were included into the Bible already believed it. So of course, what they're going to write is going to confirm what was there, because they're basing what the new stuff was on the old stuff. So of course it's going to follow.
I don't know if you can absolutely say that, because Israel at the time of
Yeah, he just
Christ's
did.
coming was it's an expression, Hank, where the assumption is that we're both like-minded men who are seeking truth. So if you say, I don't think you can say that, it's an indication. It's a polite way of indicating that the person spoke something that was false, either in whole or in part. I understand. You didn't go over this shit in school. Not even in college. You're in the military and you don't understand how some of this shit works. In a state where
Wait.
they were not
Wait. Israel at the time of Christ's coming? You mean that country that did not exist? You mean Palestine?
Fucking Dan, here's the woke shit. Israel definitely existed. Palestine was a Roman name given to the country of the region of Israel. Palestia. Look, the Romans wanted the Jewish Temple Mount. It was one of the wonders of the fucking world. Why it's torn apart is because when the Romans knew they had the Israelites defeated, this is after the death of Christ, 40 years after the death of Christ. The Romans knew they had the Jews defeated, and the Jews would not give up the Temple Mount. And when the Romans knew they were going to have to tear it apart, they tore everything apart. They were brutal because they wanted the fucking Temple Mount. It was a prize. They wanted to possess it. You can't say there's no Israel when Israel is defined in the Old Testament. The borders of it, the specific landmarks. I'll leave the rest of that till J.L. Warren brings it up, because I got to fill a gap, man.
Not being funny about Israel
I
or
know.
anything, but it just did not exist then.
Dan doesn't know what
practicing
Well,
the
There wasn't an Israel.
requirements.
There
Say
wasn't
again?
in Israel. There wasn't in Israel at the time that Christ was supposedly walking around.
Yeah, there was.
There wasn't in Israel. Israel was not an official thing until 1948. When
That's such fucking bullshit. The 12 tribes of Judah, it's referenced in. See, this is why they want to throw the scripture away. The 12 tribes of Judah occupied the land coming out of Exodus. Those maps and coordinates are well documented in the fucking scriptures. They're academically accepted. There's the Israel that the coming out of Egypt, the Exodus pilgrims came into the land. There was an allotment to the 12 tribes. Bigger than that is that was the occupied Israel. The promised land is Israel bigger, and that's the actual land that was promised to Abraham in Genesis. And again, the boundaries of it are laid out really accurately. They're not even academically disputed anymore. Dan just doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Dan doesn't know what he's talking about. After the Jews went into dispersion, after the Romans tore the temple down, that's when Israel became Palestine. Palestine is the Roman name for the Israel that pre-existed the name Palestine. When the Jews went into the dispersion into Europe, the land fell under Roman rule, and it got a Roman name. And when the Romans went away at the end of the Byzantine Empire, which is like the 1500s, Dan doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. You can find references to Israel with map coordinates in books from the Byzantine Empire. The part of Rome that lasted the longest, literally into the 1500s.
And
absolutely incorrect.
No. What you're referring to is the collection of areas that were historically inhabited by the Jewish people called Ersatz Israel, and that was a combination of multiple.
Ersatz Israel is not a biblical thing. It's developed from biblical writings, but it's not. It's greater. It's greater. Ersatz. There's three words, and it's the greater Israel map. And it includes the territories and areas that King David conquered. That's mainly that's the bulk of the Ersatz map. It has nothing to do with the Bible itself. It's pieced. I don't know how to describe that right. It's not a scriptural designation.
Areas.
JL, hold on, because you dropped into mantra mode there. The borders of Israel are clearly defined in the Old Testament.
No, they're not. They actually aren't. And I referenced that.
They absolutely
it makes reference to the entrance of. I actually put up a map in one of my videos where it talks about there's like 9 different references to where the north area is and the south area is and the west area and the east area. But in actuality, in Jewish tradition and Jewish law, that the area of Israel was defined as that area which is where Jewish law was applicable, and the areas that were not Israel was where Jewish law was not applicable. But because the enforcement of a law is kind of a fuzzy way to describe a border, it's not like an official border, because if another tribe or if another nation pushed into their territory and conquered that territory, that means that the border would change. So Israel didn't have like a solid border for what it was until 1948, when those lines were demarcated. Before that, it was pretty much just Eretz Israel, especially in biblical times. It was during 1st century, 2nd century AD. It was just Ersatz Israel, which was a combination. It was Canaan and the Promised Land and a number of other areas that were all kind of collective.
That's developed, and the idea of that is developed in academia in, I'm going to say like the 1600s. I mean, it's a relatively new designation. It might even be younger than that. Jail warrants talking about probably the second most recent historical definition of Israel, and discounting everything that came before that. It's kind of a strange way to just pull I want this.
Together.
But Israel itself, the borders of Israel proper, the land that was promised, is clearly defined by God. You
No,
are
it's-
correct. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. You are correct in some respects that Israel, the law of Israel, did push past and at times retreat from those given borders because of conflicts, regional conflicts in the area. At the time, Gideon in the book of Judges is fighting the Midianites. What prompts Gideon to fight the Midianites is the fact that the Midianites and the Amalekites have overrun Gideon's tribe.
Why
and
should anyone?
they are coming in and reaping their harvest.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the slaughter of the Midianites. Okay, why would anyone believe what the Bible says?
Why wouldn't anyone believe? All right, hold on now. The question's good and the question's valid. The scoff around it is weak. Getting the presentation of the Gideon idea, the reference to it. If an inquisitive person says, what is that story about Gideon? I push your audience toward a greater awareness of the scripture. That's what I'm supposed to do. I'm not supposed to force anyone to do anything. I'm supposed to indicate and fan into flame. Fan into flame, like there's a little ember of desire for this knowledge, and the word fans it into flame. I know you can't understand that metaphor. Believe, especially in a day and age when genome types can be traced, in a day and age when archaeological discoveries are doing more to validate what's written in the scripture than to disprove them. For a long time, King David was thought to just be a mythological figure until artifacts directly referencing King David were found in the recent.
Okay, so is he saying because just a few things from the Bible have turned out to be true, that the entire book is true?
Yeah.
Fuck no, that's not what I said at all. I said the more archaeological research that is done, the more the archaeological research data verifies places and times indicated in the scripture. That's what I said. They don't understand what the fuck I said. You can go back and listen to it and hear what I said. And then you'll understand that these fools at Welsh News Network have low fucking listening skills.
Because they have referenced in the Bible certain real figures who existed, that means the whole book is true.
That's how it works.
No. And also, you may not want to use DNA testing and stuff to try and prove that God exists, because actually it screws you over, because DNA helps prove the theory of evolution.
You can have God and evolution, Dan. You're a dumb motherfucker. Why would God, an infinite, think, Dan, think with your fucking brain ears. Why would an infinite, all-knowing, which means God knows exactly what humanity needs to move through time, why wouldn't he provide them along the way? Yeah, fucking, what you said was so fucking dumb. I don't know how to fucking answer it.
That God exists, because that's DNA testing.
Oh, fuck you, Dan. DNA testing I referenced to identify population migrations. We have that fucking technology, and the way we can trace the genomes and allele changes, we can follow progeny through geographic areas as they
populations move and integrate and separate. We can do a lot of that shit. There's a lot of that shit being done. Again, Dan, you're not listening, because I never said anything about using DNA to prove God existed. I referenced the DNA as a DNA sampling as a way to test movement of population. You have grave sites and all kinds of that stuff they can get DNA from. So I'm referencing population migration, not God. Are you listening? The fuck are you doing?
Screws you over because DNA helps prove the theory of evolution.
Holy fuck, he's a
But you
dumb
may
fucking...
not want.
All he heard
They
was
have
DNA.
reference- Yeah.
All he heard was DNA from when I was talking to JL Warren, and now he can't wait to get his line in. And it's nothing but an assertion. DNA proves evolution proves that God doesn't exist. Why do all these guys think that God makes fucking static things that never change when everything around you is fucking changing? And the book I have, the scripture, says that everything in the visible world is made from invisible things. Atomic structure, we can't see atoms, right? So it's true. But the visible was made visible so you could know the nature, character, and attributes of God. That is the light, the illumination of creation. God said, let there be light. That's the illumination of creation. And it's designed to make you say, seriously, who put all this together? Because this doesn't happen by chance. Ever. It's statistically these fucking logical guys. This is statistically impossible.
Because they have referenced in the Bible certain real figures who existed, that means the whole book is true.
Of course, I never made that statement. The statement I said was the more archaeological work that's done in the region, the more of the details in the Bible are being confirmed. For a long time, King David was thought to be a mythological amalgamation of several kings of Israel. It turned out after an archaeological find that David was a single individual dude and existed in the timeline where scripture said David would be. It's evidence that starts to pile up, man. And you want, this is a pile of sand, grains of sand, and you want to pick out and inspect every fucking grain of sand. The fuck away, make your own pile, bro. I already looked through my shit.
How it works.
No. And also, you may not want to use DNA testing and stuff to try and prove that God exists, because actually it screws you over, because DNA helps prove the theory of evolution.
Somehow Dan thinks evolution. Let me say it again. Dan thinks evolution disproves God. He doesn't say how or why evolution disproves God. He just states that evolution disproves God. Again, I would ask you, why would an infinite, all-powerful, all-knowing deity, creative deity, why wouldn't it create adaptable things? Why would it create static things? I mean, they're acting like, the fish can never change and the river can change, but the fish in the river can't, and there can't be this kind of, it's crazy fucking talk with these guys. How does evolution disprove God? Evolution is an indication of intelligent design, which leads more credence to God. It doesn't do anything to fucking disprove God. What do you just make the shit up as you go? Do you just read this stuff and then you're like, oh, now I know, and you just vomit it out verbatim without ever questioning anything, and you think you're like this fountain of fucking wisdom, but you got no fucking molars in your mouth.
Bro, might be a problem.
And passed within
No,
the
we
last
we've known that
50
David was
years.
we've known David was an actual person ever since the discovery of the Tel Dan steel.
And when was that?
That's what I just referenced.
Decades ago.
He
Right,
did
that's
the
what I
same
just-
shit that Dan does. That's exactly what I just referenced. All I did was leave open, I don't know the name of it. And then he jumped in with like, tell Dan Steele. And repeats everything I fucking said about it instead of just saying, yeah, what you're talking about is this. Fucking guys. They're fucking disingenuous arguing. There was a comment I want. Oh, there it is. Gay Clayton Bigsby says, why wouldn't it, meaning God, create a place that doesn't need adaptability? He could have if he wanted to, but this is the way he did it. He didn't explain why. It's one of those questions I'm definitely going to fucking ask him now. Without a doubt, I'm going to ask him that. Why this over that? And I know what the answer is. If it doesn't need adaptability, it's static, it's pure fucking boredom. You have to have change. You have to have change. And we're supposed to know the nature, character, and attributes of Yahweh from the physical world. We have 4 seasons. We understand the concept of change. I'm not saying worship nature. I'm saying just identify these broader archetypal terms in nature. Like, I mean, it's simple to put together the idea of resurrection and the planting in spring, the fall harvest, the summer growing, the summer enjoyment, the summer growing, the fall harvest, the storage for the winter, and then the regrowing in the spring. I mean, like, this is not hard shit to understand. I guess if you close your mind to it, you'll never get it. That's what I just said. Until decades ago.
Yeah, but we hadn't
Until
found
decades
we
ago.
hadn't found the Tel Dan steel yet, but it doesn't matter because even
That's
though
the point. Hold on. That's the point.
See, right here, now I know we're playing little fucking who's the smarter guy games. I wanted to talk about the fucking his concept of free will, and where he just keeps fueling this fucking burn. I should have just cut it the fuck off. At the end of it, I was pretty fucking tired of his fucking bullshit. And he said he had to go, and then he keeps on talking. I was like, yeah, go on, you can go. And then the Dan side got all offended about it. Well, he told me 3 times he had to go. He wasn't fucking leaving. I dismissed him. I don't want to keep hearing how you have to fucking go.
No, sir. No, sir. No, that is irrelevant. That is irrelevant because just because David existed doesn't mean your God exists. Just because a bunch of people believe
I didn't use David as proof of God. You're twisting what I said.
No,
I
not.
gave a
What you're
simple
pointing
reference.
to, what you are citing is that there are things in the Bible that accurately reflect reality. That's fine.
So he acknowledges that there are things in the Bible that accurately reflect reality. So as we do more archaeological work, we uncover more facts, artifacts, DNA evidence from burial sites, technology with metalworking, that kind of stuff. And, we can figure out who and what. And it's buried in the ground, so we certainly know to where. This is not hard fucking shit, man. If you can prove everything that's in the book, then the book is fucking true. It's layered learning, so there's shit you have to know before there's shit you can know. You can't take a babe out of the womb that doesn't know how to fucking do 1 and 1 equals 2. If you try to teach that kid calculus, you're both going to go fucking crazy, and that kid's never going to fucking learn math. It's a layer at a time. That's why it's a gardening and a growing metaphor. They miss that too, because they want the instantaneous change.
There are things in the Vedas, things in the Bhagavad Gita, things in the Tao, things in the Egyptian coffin text, things that, in Beowulf. There's things in the Epic of Gilgamesh. There are in all of these fictional historical accounts that use these fictional characters. There are things that reference.
He's talking so fast. He doesn't want to pause because he knows I'll ask him a question. He knows he's blown through a couple. He's driven right over like 3 fucking speed bumps. So if he pauses, he knows I'm going to ask a fucking question. He knows that there could possibly be 3, and he just wants to keep talking and get past it. Listen to how fast he's fucking talking. See, if he gets interrupted right now, he's probably mid-script right now. So if he gets interrupted, he's fucked because he'll have to go all the way back to the beginning. That's what mantra mode is.
Reality. Obviously, the writer of Beowulf could not reference Japan because he didn't know, because that individual didn't know Japan existed. So people are going to talk about the things in their area. The people who the authors who wrote the Bible are going to reference the things that they are aware of, the things that they are cognizant of. They're setting them in that area. Why do you think no one in the Bible ever mentions anything about the Western Hemisphere? Because they didn't know a Western Hemisphere existed. So just because the Bible has things in it that to a degree accurately represent reality is not an indicator that the extraordinary claims of the Bible, such as the resurrection or any other giant miracles, actually occurred, or the flood, which we know for a fact didn't happen. So just because
stop for a minute.
No. You cannot
See, he just said something stupid that the flood never happened. There's more evidence for it than against it. And it could have been a large, like super large continental regional flood. You can't rule that out either. It's a fucking saga.
For no, sir. You cannot logically make the leap from a place is recorded to the extreme claims are true. You can't make that.
I never made that. Listen to what I actually said.
You did.
Hold on. Listen to you didn't. None of them are listening. None of them are listening. Becca chimes in first. She lost her place, and so she's just going to agree with fucking the statement that JL made. And then Dan realizes he was napping, and he does the agree again. Just listen to what I fucking said, and listen to what JL's saying and they're saying. It drives me crazy. Obviously, didn't hear what I said. You said, "How can you believe in the Bible?" I said in a.
Okay, so does he make a statement? JL proves him wrong, and then he backtracks.
Yeah.
When did that fucking happen?
And tries to reword what he said, even though we just heard what he said.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Day and age when we have genome, so we can trace the migrations of people through the world.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, because
we can, according to coded thing, we can disprove the Bible right now.
Okay.
Using genetics.
Hold on. Dun, dun, dun. Dan's a genetics expert now.
Since you wanted to bring that up, coded.
See, Dan's not listening to what I'm saying. The whole time he's been listening, trying to find a fucking big I gotcha. Let's hear Dan's big I gotcha. I bet you it's not even really based on anything I said, but something he wants me to have said. I will guarantee it.
You wanted to bring in tracing of the genomes and all the rest of it. Okay. The flood. Noah's Ark and the flood. Everyone remember that one?
Yes.
We do. Dan.
2 of everything. Yeah, sorry. Not in this.
He's going to fucking prove his biblical ignorance again. It's not 2 of everything, Dan. You didn't read the fucking book, because this is one of those things that like really stands out. Because most people coming to the Bible know the Noah's Ark 2x2. I had a giant fucking wooden ark made out of fucking mahogany, and it had all hand carved wooden animals. It was fucking beautiful. Everybody knows the Noah's Ark story. The animals came 2x2. Scripture says more than that. Dan has not read the fucking Bible. He does not know what's written in it. Every time he talks about it, he exposes how much he doesn't fucking know, and it's a lot.
Genetic diversity for everything to exist. There you go. Bible false.
What the fuck did dipshit just say?
Not enough. 2 of everything. Yeah, sorry. Not enough genetic diversity for everything to exist. There you go. Bible false.
You're fucking dumb. Dan, I'll remind you of something. That the God of the scripture you're referring to, that you just tried to disprove, has a creative nature, okay? He made these things in the beginning. He can make them again if he wants to. So the animals he told Noah to put on the ark, that doesn't mean they're the only animals that ever existed after the flood. We are made in the image and the likeness of God. Man is creative. God is creative. Dan makes just a completely inappropriate assumption that everything after the flood came from what was on Noah's Ark. No, God just told Noah to get these animals together. There's nothing that says in the account of Noah's Ark that everything that exists today flowed from these 2x2 animals. But the generations of men are traced so that they are clearly identified. You don't get the difference. You haven't read the book. It's not just 2x2, because Noah was also instructed to take the animals, kosher identification, before the law was given. There were certain sets of animals that were to be brought 7x7, and they were the clean animals. Like that's what you would point out if you as being strange. I thought it was 2x2. Here's 7x7. That would stick out for you. This genetic thing Dan just did Dan doesn't even know if there's enough genetic material there or not to continue population growth generationally. Like Dan's not even qualified to make that kind of fucking decision. But yet he's using the decision he's not qualified to make. He's using that to prove that God doesn't exist. It's ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. Geneticist Dan.
According to coded logic.
No, you didn't use my logic at all, Dan.
Just not enough. Not enough genetic diversity there. The species would die off.
Why would it die off? God made Eve out of Adam's rib. You don't know the story in the Old Testament of the Valley of the Dry Bones. You don't know the story of the Valley of the Dry Bones. Dumb motherfucker, I'll read it to you one day.
That'd be hell of an inbreeding. That'd be hell of an inbreed.
It would be too much. It's not enough genetic diversity. Literally, you would eradicate everything.
We can. Dan, what if God's so smart that the 2x2 animals were selected because their DNA was perfect? Danny, you forgot. God can do everything. Can use DNA to trace how populations migrated through thousands of years.
It's irrelevant.
Right?
It's not irrelevant. You
It is
said,
irrelevant.
hold on. Will you
people-
let me finish what I'm
No,
saying? This
it's
is the
irrelevant.
problem
No,
with
sir.
trying to talk
No,
to
sir.
you.
If you are going
Holy
to critique,
shit.
if you're going to critique, then you need to do it intellectually honestly.
I didn't critique anything, Mr. Intellectually
No,
dishonest.
when I say,
who
when
will
I say,
who will not allow me.
See, I'm trying to fucking answer him, and he's just cutting me off, He wouldn't let me get a fucking word in edgewise. I had to wait for the motherfucker to gasp for air. Now I can't get a fucking sentence finished. He's jumping all over me. He seems scared to me. I don't know why. He was scared talking about the free will thing because he knows he clipped it on fucking Calvinism.
And continues to interrupt me while I'm trying to get you back to what I actually said and not the memorized argument you literally
it's not
just
a memorized
vomited
argument.
out. It is a
It's
memorized
not.
argument.
You cannot appeal.
It's a
to
memorized
things that
argument. It's why you
cannot,
asked a
you
leading
cannot,
question.
I'm sorry
to it.
for the audience.
You
cannot
just
appeal
can't
to
be
things
honest.
in reality.
JL.
You cannot
you're
appeal
not
to things that
being
exist in
honest.
reality to support the extraordinary claims, the supernatural claims in the Bible. That's not the way logic works.
Josh,
You can't
I'm
do
not,
that.
or JL, I'm not supporting any supernatural claim. You're not listening. You have a memorized argument and a mantra, and you keep slipping off into it because you're listening for not to.
Your Bible thumping is memorized.
When did I Bible thump, Becca? When did I Bible thump? You don't even know what that word means. You know it's a derogatory and a negative reference, so you just throw it out there. When did I fucking Bible thump? When? I talked about archaeology. I talked about archaeology. When was I fucking Bible thumping? Jesus Christ, what the fuck are you smoking?
Wording.
Yeah. And of course, he's already started with JL being intellectually dishonest, with JL's lying, JL's just repeating memorized shit.
Fucking JL's the one that said the intellectually dishonest thing to me. These guys are not fucking paying attention. Not paying attention. They're literally accusing me of doing the shit that JL was doing.
It's just the same shit he does every single time someone calls him out.
No, Dan, this is the same shit you do every single time you stick your fucking nose where it don't belong. You make yourself look like a fucking fool. You're a fool. Fool.
Out. What JL is basically saying, to simplify it to its simplest form.
Oh my God. Dan's gonna JL speak. Oh my God. The Waterhead's gonna stand in to explain his fucking.
Anyone here either read the books or watched the Harry Potter films?
Some of them, yes.
Yeah.
Harry Potter makes reference to London. London is a real place. You cannot go, okay, since Harry Potter mentions London and London is real, that Harry Potter is real.
You know what, Dan? I agree with that 100%. Here's the fucking problem. It's not what I'm doing. This is what I said. Listen to what I said. I made a fucking specific reference. I referenced the findings of archaeology and the settling of the dispute that King David actually existed, which was proved, and that he was a single individual and not an amalgamation of 3 to 4 men. That was proved. What the rest of the shit that you're talking about, I have no fucking idea. I can't follow what you're fucking saying anymore because I didn't say any of this shit. So, you're crazy. Holy shit, this guy's a fucking idiot.
Makes sense.
But I really want to go to Hogwarts.
That's what JL is saying about the Bible. That just because the Bible mentions real people in it in some instances does not mean that you can say, okay, because the Bible mentions.
Agree 100%. And I never said anything in this conversation or any other conversation that would indicate anything more than it is a process of layered learning. And therefore, there are layers of things to know. There are things you must know before other things will even make fucking sense to you. What are you talking about? You're trying to force people to believe that I said something I didn't say, but it's what you want me to have said. It's fucking weird.
Real people, therefore everything in the Bible is real.
Nope, it's bit by 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 bit, layer by layer, brick by brick. Dude, the metaphor used in the Bible is that we are knit together as one body. No. I haven't done any knitting, but my mother's a knitter, and I've hung out, watching TV with Ma in the family room since I was a kid while my mom knit, just fucking knitting away. It takes a lot of work. None of this is instantaneous. Snap your fingers and fucking everything's okay. You gotta fucking walk out a walk, bro. It's bit by bit by bit by bit, pebble by pebble, stone by stone, grain by grain.
That's it. That's what Coded has an issue with right now. And is saying is not intellectually honest. It is intellectually honest.
I've never said intellectually honest. And now I feel like I gotta watch this again. Holy shit, this guy's like a fucking twisty little snake boy. And what I'm saying, you're listening to find some little thing to object to. Now,
So
if you
answer-
would,
so answer the
if
question,
you
Paul.
would,
Why would anyone
if
believe
you
the Bible?
would, if you would, just remain silent for 1 minute while I restate what I said. You said, "How can anyone believe in the Bible?"
No, that's not what I said.
It
I
is
said,
what.
No, I said, why would anyone believe the Bible? And when I say that,
that's
no,
what
no,
you
no,
said.
no,
Now
hang
we
on,
got what
hang
you
on.
said.
No,
Believe the Bible, believe in the Bible. What's the fucking difference? What is the fucking difference? And you are changing what you said, sweetheart. You're the one that changed what you said. And of course, I have to change my response because you're altering what you said. And I did point it out, and you said, no, no, no. Roll back, roll back, roll back.
hang
Now
on.
let
But
me
when
finish
I said
what
that,
I
no,
was
sir,
saying.
no, sir, no.
Let
Because
you
when I said that,
allow me to finish.
when I made that statement, I'm saying, what is it?
There's a little bit of laugh in my voice there. I don't know if you can hear it or not. He's just fucking, he's panicky.
About the Bible, okay? And it's the extraordinary claims in the Bible. If there were no extraordinary claims in the Bible, then the Bible would...
See, we went from why would you believe, what he said was, why would you believe the Bible, right? Now he's got to reword that because he's always pushing toward this ad absurdum. Each example gets more and more absurd. He wants to, now it's, why would you believe the supernatural things of the Bible? Why wouldn't I believe them? The God I believe in created life. He made Adam. Eve was made from a rib that God removed from Adam. I know, man, it sounds really fantastical. I get it. I really get it. But that's what the book says. And I have a confident expectation. I have faith in the book, right? Why would I believe the fantastic things? Because I believe that God made us and he breathed the life into us. If he did that, I'm pretty sure he can do the rest of the shit. Like, what's more, man was made out of nothing and life was breathed into him. If you believe that, where do any of the other miracles fall short of that? I don't know. I just think honestly, I think they're just myopic. They're so fucking short-sighted. And I don't know if like some of these people, I wonder if like they can even see the sky at night and the beauty of I'm talking go up in the mountains, the dark midnight sky where it's just filled with fucking stars. I mean, it's hard I think because we don't see that. I guess it's easier to be less wowed. I mean, the whole fucking place wows me. All of creation wows the fuck out of me. It's amazing shit. I don't understand why these guys are so fucking hell-bent on proving that they're insignificant. They're an insignificant float in an insignificant float. Like, these guys talk about themselves like they were less significant than mold on bread.
Would just be another book. So when I say, why should anyone believe the Bible? It's why should anyone believe the extraordinary claims in the Bible?
Okay, so any extraordinary claims should be thrown away?
Oh, jeez.
Unless there's extraordinary evidence to support them, yes.
Okay. Well, you have no. All right, so now we can believe extraordinary claims if there's extraordinary evidence. We have not yet defined what an extraordinary claim is or what extraordinary evidence would be, because it's starting to sound like, we're making an allocation for supernatural, which is, I think, what you're trying to disprove, but you're trying to steam vent the pressure of it off because it's about to blow your fucking argument apart. Maybe that's why you probably didn't want to put a Calvinist predetermination engine on this fucking straw bale structure. No evidence or proof that God doesn't exist, but you're
I
on
can't
the
prove that
right.
God. I can't prove the Christian God doesn't exist.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
You can. How
yes, I can. I've done it before. Very simply.
You go ahead, do it.
I can do it from either a logical perspective or I can do it from an evidentiary
you can do it from the one that how long is it going to take? Because I'd like to get back to the
logic
real
one. The logic one is faster. The logic one is faster. The evidentiary
would like
one
to
takes
get
more
back
explanation.
to
And
something
faster, slower is a relative. Black, I said the real topic. I've said it several times through this that the goal was only to talk to. I wanted to talk about J.L. Warren's presentation of free will and predeterminism and the use of that as a proof that God doesn't exist, which is what he's going to do right here. What's your problem, Blackie? What's your problem? Relation, that doesn't tell me how long it's going to take.
Okay, so if I was going to do it the logical way, the Abrahamic biblical Christian God is defined in such a way that its attributes entail logical contradictions. Logical contradictions cannot exist. Therefore, the Christian God, as defined, as understood from the Bible, that cannot exist.
Which logical contradictions can exist? I don't know, dude. That's not provable. That's not provable. And I gave him the easiest one, which is Zeno's argument against motion, that you have to traverse the half of the half before you can get from A to B. You have to traverse the half. Before you can traverse the half, you have to traverse the half of the half. You wind up in an infinite regression. So therefore, the conclusion in logic, because of the infinite regression, is all motion is illusion. I hit a teacher with a ruler. It was my proof that all motion was not illusion, and the pain was proof. I don't know. It was a very short paper with a working example. You can't ignore pain. Yeah, these guys are getting fucking weird.
Which is
That's the
logical,
logical.
Which is the logical contradiction?
See, he just wants to say there's logical contradictions in this. He's just talking generically. He's not, again, receipts. He's not giving proper examples. This is a very disingenuous way of going about things, and it's lazy too. He's trying to present as little as possible because he doesn't want others to be able to memorize his argument, because that puts them on an equal footing with him. A lot of JL's drive is to stand above and be recognized as, I don't know, like some, I'd say by the fucking hair and the beard, some wise Semitic goat herder. I said Semite. Squabble, squabble, squawk. You better understand what I said, because I didn't say nothing wrong. I doubt you even know what a Semite is.
The logical contradictions entailed by its attributes.
Which give an example of a logical contradiction related to God?
That it cannot be both omniscient and omnibenevolent and omnipotent simultaneously.
Why is that a logical fallacy?
Because they entail contradictions. Because if an
Which
entity,
are the contradictions? Don't use the
See,
word.
he just keeps repeating phraseology. Why? Because they entail contradictions. You got to start giving specifics, dude. You can't just keep saying the same generic phrase over and over again. This is you Buffalo people, JL. You buffaloed the fuck out of Dan. He thinks you're fucking smart.
Word contradiction anymore. State the actual contradiction.
I was
Because you're
about to
just
before you
speaking in
interrupted me.
general terms.
I'm not speaking in general terms.
Yeah, you are.
Omniscience entails knowing all true propositions infallibly. Omnipotence entails being able to do anything without limit. Well, the only
Omniscience is to know all things, so it's not all true propositions. God knows the false and the true. I don't understand how he just throws his own. These aren't even academically accepted fucking definitions.
limitation of logic, anything that is logically possible. For God, in order to change a thing, would be something that is logically possible. And, God can change a thing because that's within its purview. Nothing dictates that it can't. So therefore, omniscience. But the problem is, omniscience dictates that it knows all true propositions. So anything that would be denoted a change would actually not be a change because God already knew that it happened. Therefore, it was already decreed. Therefore, God cannot actually change anything because God is stuck in the limitation of its infallible foreknowledge.
Holy fuck, because God said, I will make this thing to change over time. That God doesn't have free will? That God can't alter that if he wanted to? Because he would know ahead of time that he wanted to? I don't think you properly understand what being outside of time means, JL. And again, knowing the outcome of events does not indicate causality.
Therefore, God is not omnipotent. So either God is omnipotent or God is not omniscient. You can also
God can't be all powerful because he's all knowing, or God can't be all knowing because he's all powerful. They're not, neither of those combinations are mutually exclusive. Nothing's mutually exclusive there. It is what it is. You're trying to say it's something other than what it is. It's not all logic, bro. It's not all logic. And the simple proofs on that are, when is hope, the simplest one, when is hope most valuable? When things are most hopeless, right? That's irrational, because things can get hopeless beyond the hopelessness of the situation. men can add to their own hopelessness. Hope becomes more important the more hopeless things get. That's irrational. That's not rational. So you can't pin it all on logic, bro. It's got to make sense.
So
No, you can be both.
No, you can't.
Yeah,
That's
you
a logical
can. I'll give you
contradiction.
Can you pause? I'll give you an example. Can you pause? I'll give you an example. Okay. God can teach me, God all-knowing can teach me how to shoot pool.
He doesn't teach anybody anything.
Holy shit, God doesn't teach anyone anything. Again, you don't understand what the Bible is. The Bible is the teaching of God. That's what Christians believe. That's what I believe as a Christian, that the Bible is literally what the Greek says. Every word of Scripture is God-breathed. It's useful for education, rebuke, and wow, I can't remember the third right now, if there is a third. Anyway, layered learning. The book grows, the word grows. It's all about gardening. It's all about seed germination. You guys don't seem to get, I don't know how you can understand a didactic teaching if you can't understand these easily comprehensible fundamentals. So like the scripture I tell from James 1:27. It's so simple, and that's all it is. Pure religion and undefiled before our God and Father is this: to visit the widow and the orphans in their affliction. That's pure religion. That's all you have to do. Don't change it. Don't alter it. Don't add sermons and fucking collection baskets to it. Visit the poor. They don't get it. They just don't get it. He can tell me how to position the cue stick to hit the cue ball to sink every ball on the table in one shot. He can do that. But if he tells me how to do it and I am the actor who does it, God didn't do anything but give instruction. God didn't change anything, or he did. He changed my knowledge so I could become able. So
give an example of that happening that you can prove which God gave somebody the instructions.
Hank, you're a fucking Christian and you don't know the answer to your own question is Noah's Ark. I don't know. Hank, I really don't know what you believe anymore. I don't know what book you read. I can't believe you just did that. Give an example. It's Noah's Ark. That's what we started talking about here.
That usually involves a body count. What? Usually when people are hearing instructions from God, that follows the next stage of a body count.
Dipshit, they're written in the fucking book. You're talking like Son of Sam crazy shit, dude. That's a mental deficiency. Don't mix yourself up, bro. Don't get mixed up. Oh my God, dude. What the fuck?
But you said body cam at first. I was like, what does that have to do with anything?
Body count.
Visit the widow and the orphan in their affliction. That's pure religion, right? The word is God. The written word that says to do that, to visit the poor, to visit the orphan, to visit the widowed and the orphaned. That's the instruction is in the book. The book you didn't read, you dummy. That you're talking about like you did read it. When it's so fucking obvious you didn't.
Usually someone gets instructions from God. It means that there's a lot of dead people about to be.
Yeah, that's usually,
Very
right.
true.
Okay, Dan, right. So anyone who reads the Bible where it says visit the widow and the orphan, and they go out to do that, they should be identified, marked as terrorists. I don't, what the fuck are you talking about? Suddenly, Dad, you just fucking condemned giving aid and succor to the unfortunate in the world. It's not what you're saying is not a logical contradiction.
No, you missed it. You missed it because
No, I didn't
the fact
miss
that-
it.
no,
You've just
no,
never
you
you've
missed it
just never
because you completely-
encountered
No,
anyone
sir.
who
No,
could
sir.
overcome that shitty
No, it's
argument.
not a shitty argument because you're
You didn't
ignoring
overcome
the
that
fact
argument.
that
You see, you don't get it. The very fact that God had to teach you something, but God already knew he was going to have to teach you something. Why wouldn't you already have the instructions before you started to play pool?
Because that's not the way God does it. It's layered learning, you fool. It's not just piped into your fucking. You want to turn yourself into a computer. You want to turn yourself into a fucking hardwired, primal, functioning by code thing. No. No. This is learning. Why didn't God do it that way? Because he didn't. Why wouldn't God do it that way? Probably because this is a morally better outcome. Maybe this version is, less cold than you're running on piped in code shit. Ouch. Ick.
Why wouldn't he have created you with that ability?
Because he wants us to learn how to do things, because it's enjoyable to learn. I don't know, Dan, you claim to have been an athlete. You don't remember those days where you could, feel your skill getting better than it was last game you played? More consistent, it's getting easier to run because you've become acclimated to it. Why would God make things that don't fucking change?
Since he already knew, because time doesn't exist for someone who knows everything already.
It's not that time doesn't. No, it's because God doesn't exist inside time that all of time is known to God. God's not bound by time. You don't understand that fucking concept either, Dan. You literally are, I think, maybe had a drink or two and you're just spitting out shit you tried to memorize.
Time becomes an irrelevance. Sorry.
What? You're just saying shit. Why does time become irrelevant, Dan? If time was irrelevant, it would be non-existent. It's obviously relevant because it's existent.
You kind of missed the point, Coded.
That you knew how to play pool. If this was so let's work in your hypothetical. If your God were to choose to do that, and then there was a true proposition that you knew how to shoot pool, your God knew that you were going to do that because that's a true proposition. It knew infallibly. Therefore, it didn't choose to do anything. It simply acted in accordance of its infallible foreknowledge. How do you not get this?
How do you not get that God is not the actor I am? The change came.
No, now you're referring to free will because free will.
There we go. This is all I wanted to talk about.
Free will absolutely exists in the face of
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
JL, let me just, if you could pause for a second.
The whole point of the pool shot metaphor was I'm the one that moves the stick. God told me what to do, but I made the choice to move the stick. I am the cause of the balls going in the hole because I moved the stick. I followed the instruction. I shot proper. I'm the cause. Providing the knowledge to do something does not make you the cause of the events. Why would you provide knowledge then? It seemed like it was a nightmare to tell anybody anything that could possibly. You just make these leaps to conclusions without any kind of proof, Stan. It's almost like you don't know anything about logic.
If God gives me the ability to do as I please, then he says, believe in me, I can be punished. If God doesn't give me the ability to believe in him, because if he gave me the ability and I didn't have a choice, he's all powerful, he forced it
No,
on me,
cranky elder
I
God.
have no
it doesn't.
free will, then God cannot condemn me for not believing.
Sure, it can.
How? He
It's
made me
it's called determinism. It's called Calvinism.
Calvinism is total bullshit.
You can claim that, but you can't demonstrate it. You can't demonstrate it's false.
I can absolutely
See right here. I know the whole Calvinist fatalism argument, that everything's predetermined because, and the simple rationale in the end is because if it's all predetermined, then God gets all the glory. Glory means responsibility. It's glorific because God's a responsible actor. Men, not so much, right? So what predeterminists are trying to do is shed responsibility. I'm just doing what I was programmed to do. It's not a healthy mindset.
demonstrate it's
Oh
false.
no, you can't.
I can. Here's
No,
how
you
it
can't.
is.
No, you can't. You're basing it off your eisegesis.
No,
That's an eisegetic.
Here I started clowning him. I think I explain it here. Oh no. I don't know. Maybe.
It's an eisegetical interpretation. Do you know what that means? Eisegesis?
I know what eisegete versus exegete means.
Okay,
One
so,
is to
yeah.
isolate something and take it out of its context, which you do regularly.
No, that is
The
not
other,
what
hold on,
eisegesis
on, so I can explain
Don't
to
even
the
know
audience.
It is what eisegesis means, and Shiz will put it up. It's to take the. You can do it with. It's mostly done with scripture, but you can do it with any literary work. You take a sentence and you remove it from the context of the passage, and you can make that sentence say a lot of things that wouldn't be true in the original context. They don't have context
definition of eisegesis.
because they haven't read the book. I gave the right definition. Shiz put it in side chat, so I put it up.
Eisegete is to.
Did you say something, Dan?
Yeah, Coded's got it wrong. So JL's going to explain to him, but Coded doesn't know. Coded thinks because they start with ISO, they must be the same.
No, it's not what I think. The ISO is a mnemonic that I used as a memory device for Greek words because the eisegete isolates this passage from the context that it was born in. You don't get that.
Isolate.
No, it's
ISO.
not. Eisegesis is to interpret scripture through the lens of your prior held belief.
No.
That's what taking it out of context means and adding your own meaning. All you did was say what I said a different way and act like it was something other than what I said. It's great, dude.
Yes, it is.
Eisegesis is to isolate
No, it's not ISO.
passage
It's not
of
ISO.
scripture.
It's not ISO. It's not. I'm saying ISA. EIS.
At that point, I was clowning him. He's so fucking can't. You know, we're gonna split every fucking hair on this. You isolate it. You add your own meaning to it. Shiz is gonna put the fucking definition up.
Eisegetically.
Okay.
There's
Okay.
exegetically and eisegetically.
No, there's-
Eisegetic interpretation is
There's
literally interpreting scripture.
eisegetic too, which is to isolate a scripture and take it out of context, which is what you do most of the time.
No, it's not.
You just said that's what it was.
Right.
And by the way, I'll posit you this: the reason that free will cannot exist in the face of omniscience, which is something that the Calvinists agree with, it was where determinism comes from, is because if you look at the situation tomorrow, if God knows all true propositions and He knows them infallibly,
It's where you heard him say it. It's where determinism comes from. He's a fucking determinist. You don't have, he split the fucking term. It's predeterminist. It's not determinist. See, all that predeterminism shit, he doesn't want you to know. He doesn't want you to know the term predeterminism. He wants you to go look up determinism, because there's a wealth of fucking counter arguments to predeterminism, and to shake those, they drop the pre and just start calling themselves determinists. You're still a fucking rose.
which means that those propositions cannot be otherwise. And He knows them infallibly, and He possesses them at all times, because God is defined as that which is timeless. God is outside of time. God views time all as one point instead of linear, like humans do.
Answer. You just
No, I
gave the
didn't.
answer.
No, I didn't. I'm
Yeah,
not
you
finished.
did. Yeah, you did.
No,
Yeah, you did.
I'm not
Oh my
finished.
God.
God is
He's such a
timeless.
child.
God views all points in time simultaneously instead of linearly like human beings. So if God knows all true propositions infallibly, and they can't be otherwise, for me, tomorrow morning, I perceive I have the choice of an apple or an orange for breakfast. I perceive a choice. Okay, that's my perception. But if God knows,
Shiz, the meaning of eisegesis is the interpretation of a text, as of the Bible, by reading into it one's own ideas. How do you read your own idea into it? You isolate it from the context of the passage. It's called versification. It's done in the fucking Christian world all the time. Corrupts all kinds of meanings. That's why guys like Dan and JL here are so. There's a lot of shit you have to go through. That's why they're kind of confused by it.
that the true proposition is that I choose an orange. The orange will be chosen. I cannot in any possible world have chosen the apple, because if I choose the apple, then God did not have infallible foreknowledge, and God is not omniscient. And if God's not,
either choice I make, it's still everything's God. It's all God. God made it happen. I didn't do it. I didn't eat that apple. Well, I guess you're not a fucking sinner then. You have to throw the whole dude. If it's predetermined, God can't hold you responsible, punish you. That's insanity. That's insanity. God can't punish you for making you to not get it, to break the rules and get, beat to dust. That's it's kind of a weird way of looking at shit.
knowledge doesn't occur if God is not aware of the true proposition until the true proposition comes into fruition, then God is not omniscient either.
Yeah, says who? I can know everything that's going to happen. It doesn't mean I caused all of it to happen. They are not mutually exclusive. No logician in academia agrees with you, JL. Your argument's really bad because
it's not.
Yeah,
No,
it
it's
is,
not.
because you're thinking of God as though He was. You gave the definition. If God
Let's be
exists
fair here. JL's
outside
been
of
very
time,
nice, because there's a bigger argument you could make. If God knows everything, infallibly, he knows everything from every point in time.
Oh, pontificate, Dan. Pontificate. You barfest. But the coloring book sketches you portray really are fucking. They're works of a fucking primitive mind, my friend.
God knew all the people who were going to be massacred during the Second World War and didn't lift a finger to stop it. Would that not make God a cunt?
Yeah.
Millions.
You're such a fucking asshole. You shall reap what you sow. Maybe they were getting brutal, and God gave them a dose of their own brutality. Maybe they were obstinate and didn't give in. Who knows? Maybe you don't know what the fuck you're talking about there.
Millions upon millions of his creations were going to kill each other and massacre each other in the most brutal ways imaginable, and he did nothing.
Right, because he gave us dominion, dipshit, so we're responsible. Get it? He gave us, he said, go out, be fruitful, multiply, subdue the earth. He didn't say destroy it, poison it, pollute it. He said subdue it, get it under control. He gave us responsibility for it. You're trying to, Dan, you're trying to, just like JL is trying to, you're trying to shed the fucking responsibility because you're part of humanity. So you're responsible too, but you want to get away from the responsibility. And you want to act like a fucking chimpanzee your whole fucking life. Yeah, I said that. A monkey to two fucking white guys. Squabble, squabble, race, whatever. Great white ape here.
Would that be the kind of God you would actually want to worship?
No.
I would want to worship God that was just and merciful, and that's the God I have. If you believe in him, he shows you mercy. That's good deal. If you don't believe in him, you're going to get what you deserve. You really don't want to get what you deserve. You should reflect a little bit. You do not want to get what you deserve.
Who's prepared to turn a blind eye to all that and go, oh, well, it's going to happen, it's going to happen. Nothing. So, actually, JL's been kind of nice, because we all know that what Coded will use as his argument against that when he hears this, it will be free will, free will, free will. Yes, but free will can't exist if God is all-knowing. You have the illusion of free will from your point of view, but from God's point of view, you're doing exactly what he already knew you were going to do. Therefore, it's not free will.
Knowing you'll do it doesn't mean he caused you to do it. We're given free will. God says make choices in the book that I read that tells me about God. God says make choices. It's up to you to choose. So I can't tell you how many times the New Testament scripture says, choose to do good. If it's all predetermined, you're not making any choice. Now you got a God who's deceptive. I don't. Where's the logic in deception, JL? I like.
Well,
The circular
you
argument.
just think you have free will.
That is why he knows the begin. It's stated in scripture. He knows the beginning from the end because he's not confined by time. If he was confined by time, he wouldn't be God.
It's irrelevant.
So knowing the outcome of a situation doesn't mean you caused the outcome of a situation.
It couldn't
And
be
now,
otherwise.
hold on, let
Shit.
me finish.
Couldn't be
And
otherwise.
hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. And now that you know that, you
No,
know
I don't.
That,
It
you
can't be
know that free
otherwise.
will exists.
No. If God knows, that
Just
I'm-
because
if God
I know
knows-
the
no,
outcome of a situation
that's
does
you.
not
We're talking about
mean
God.
I
No,
caused the situation
that is you.
to occur.
That is you.
I
You're
know
arguing
that
from
the
the wrong
sun
side.
will rise tomorrow, but
You
I
are
am
ri-
not
you
the
are
one
in-
that causes
You are
the sun.
flatly.
I'm not one of these guys like JL. I can only argue from the position I hold. The rest of that thinking, like when JL says, well, you gotta you gotta put yourself in the God category. You can't. You can't. That's what the book God left was about. It was about how to understand him, first through the natural world. Then from the natural world, here's the big lesson you learn in the natural world if you're going to use nature to guide you to the Christian faith. It's the last thing you understand is the wind, and it's the perfect relation to the Holy Spirit, because no one ever sees the Holy Spirit. He's like the wind. You only see the effect he has on the objects around. You never see the wind. You see the tree bend. You see the leaf flop. You'll see the garden plants bent over. You'll see tall grass bent, swept by wind. You never see the wind. You just see what the wind does. They're not even fucking close to being able to think like that yet.
Incorrect. Because you were
I am
arguing from the
100%.
human side of the fence. You were arguing from the human category and not the God category.
I
God
have
is the
to
one in
argue
your-
from the human
No.
category because I am human.
You can argue
can't
from the
argue-
entailments.
JL, you can't argue from the God category because you
Fucking
know
moron.
nothing about God.
Yes, I do. I can
No,
look
you
at the logical
don't.
entailments. I can look at the logical entailments of what you claim. I
You
can
just
argue
said
He says God doesn't exist. How could he know about God? Right? So he's got his own, he literally has his own belief in God. Weird how it just won't let go, right?
from the God
hold
category
on.
by the logical
You
entailments.
just said
Shut your
God
fucking
doesn't
mouth.
exist, so
Okay?
you know
No.
something about a
I can do an
non-existent
internal. I can
being?
do an internal critique. You fucking moron. All right.
I don't think you can do an internal critique simply because your understanding is really fucking 30,000 foot generic. A lot of muthos. Yeah.
Reality is
You're getting
this.
flustered, buddy.
You define
You're
the
getting
God.
flustered.
No.
You define that God is
I
one.
No.
He's not getting flustered. He's getting pissed because you're so fucking.
Is he blacker? Is he? Why? Because you loaned him a bunch of money? Him and Johnny at the plot hole, and they skedaddled with your money? Now you can't say anything bad because they'll have reason to just blow you off. Hey, Danny boy, get the widow's money.
Ignorant, but you think you know so much.
I think Blackett deserves to have that whole thing heard coherently without me interrupting her. Let me give her her outburst. Karen away.
You
Dale,
just
shut
said
your
God
fucking mouth.
doesn't exist, so
Okay?
you know
No.
something about a
I can do an
non-existent
internal. I can
being?
do an internal critique. You fucking moron. All right. The reality is
You're
this.
getting flustered, buddy.
You define
You're
the
getting
God.
flustered.
No.
You define that God is one.
I-
No.
He's not getting flustered. He's getting pissed because you're so fucking ignorant, but you think you know so much.
Don't
I can
define
then
God's
examine.
scripture.
Yes,
Well, Blacker certainly put me in my place right there. Feel uncomfortable.
you
define
do.
God.
You
Scripture
define that God
defines
is one
God.
thing. I don't care why you define it that way.
You
define a
defined
specific
God.
way.
Counter
No,
to
I
your
don't.
example. You just did
So you-
Thank you, Big Bork, for the £3.33 tip. Coded is missing the easy way to prove a god exists. He's on a panel almost every night. All hail the Jelly God.
I get paid every time you say Jelly God. I fucking love you guys. You're so easy to fucking do. I think it's like 7 cents a mention right now. Keep saying fucking Jelly God.
Thank you, Big Borg.
Big Borg, you ass.
Thank you, Big Borg.
So
You know
you're
the
just gonna
worrying
fucking
thing,
interrupt
Big
me.
Borg?
What?
Coded actually thinks we take that shit seriously.
Never said he was smart.
Take what
He
you
doesn't realize it's just a giant fuck you to him.
Oh, is that what it is, Dan? You got me. You got me, bro.
I don't think it's something he'll ever acknowledge.
I just said you got me. Oh, you got me.
I mean,
That's
I-
what
I
you
get
were
what
doing
kind
to
of-
me,
I
right,
get
bro?
what kind
That's
of
what you were
idiot you
doing to
are.
me.
You don't?
I sure as shit don't.
I get what
But
kind
that's
of
what
theist
you were
are.
doing to me when I was trying to get this back on track. Virgo Wraith is the little tattletale that ran to him that I was on the Masshold Discord today. Little cunt. Squawk, 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 squawk.
Dude, you define the God however you want to define it, but then I can look at your definition and then I can walk the logical entailments to their natural conclusions. I can see what is logical.
Yeah, but you're not. The problem is you're not doing that. You're just vomiting up shit that you heard somebody else say. These are not thoughts that you carefully considered. They're other people's ideas that you just import in a modularized argument. It's sterile. I know why you like death. There's less moving parts, right, JL? Easier to understand death.
Entailed by that God. And
God's
if those
bigger than
logical entailments,
if logic is bigger than God and God is confined by logic, then by the definition you
Anthony,
gave,
since when?
God isn't God.
According to him, what he said publicly is he dropped out of college. He came home on break, got a job with a stockbroker, and never went back. He left. Never finished college.
I finished college. I told you I went back. After I stopped brokering, I went back to school. I had to take 2 accounting classes and an elective. And the elective, I took a philosophy of art class, and I just kept going to school till I got, I would have had a second major, but I only have a minor because I underestimated that a monk wouldn't take my fucking paper a day late, and failed the class. So I needed that class to get the second major, so I only got a minor. But, I wasn't going into academia, so I didn't really care. These guys, like simple facts, they can't remember. I think that's why they get caught up in their lies, because they can't remember simple facts about people they're engaging. Weak work, Danny. Weak work. Mr. Caruso, terrible. Terrible, sir. Terrible.
He said it here. He said it on his own stream. He said this everywhere. Or is that just another one of his lies that he tells to catch people out? Other than
Dan's fucking bent because I'm the one that told him I was banned from the Philippines because I didn't know if I could fucking trust them or not. And I still see it. These people tearing on each other, fucking, it's nasty. So, I gave him a bullshit piece of information that, it was gossipy. And, as soon as they got the opportunity to fucking blab it, oh my God, they not only blabbed it, but they started enhancing their blabbery. Well, like sensationalists do. They make up a fucking lie, then a week later they enhance the lie to recycle the lie. I guess it's entertainment. It has nothing to do with the truth, though. Just sad. Especially when you're claiming to be the biggest and the brightest, or the biggest and the best news on the internet. Like, why would you even give yourself that fucking moniker?
Than the fact he's just a lying little shit.
God. Logic is a man-made thing, and logic has a lot of fucking
Okay.
problems.
No, it actually doesn't.
Yeah,
So
it does.
so let me ask you
Zeno's
something.
argument. Zeno's argument against Moses
Zeno's paradox has been
is
solved.
a fucking
So
huge
guess
problem
what?
in
So
logic.
guess what?
Huge problem.
Let me ask you something real simple. Is God equal to God? Is A equal A? Does God equal God?
How could there? How many gods do you think there are?
I'm asking you. Does God equal God? A equal A. Does A equal A? Okay, great. Yes.
Thank you, Corgi Lover Bitch, for the 13 £37 tip. This is priceless. Love to all for a healthy and happy new year. P.S. Anthony, stop with the nudes.
You can't tell him to stop with the nudes when you asked for the nudes.
Good point.
That's mixed messages. That's not fair. Also, yeah. Thank you, dear. And we hope you have a healthy and happy new year as well. Speaking of New Year, I have made a decision.
Oh, shit.
A damn decision. Dun, dun, dun.
There will be no Welsh News Network show on Sunday or Monday.
Thank you.
We'll be back on Tuesday.
You heard it, folks. The Welsh God is saying the world's going to end between Sunday and Monday.
And fucking Jelly God, you dipshit.
No, we'll be back on
Not
Tuesday.
a Welsh God. Jelly God, so I get paid, bro. Come on.
And I won't be here tomorrow night. But I will be here on Saturday. So Saturday will be our last show of 2023.
Well, I hope a Greyhound bus runs through your recording studio.
And there is a
tomorrow,
reason
Dad.
for this.
While
As
you're
all
away,
of the other
of
panel
course.
members know, I pretty much, since getting out of hospital, have been working constantly.
Oh, Dan's had his nose to the grindstone.
And I have a few things planned for the new year that will mean working a lot more.
Shit, he's
So
not
I
coming
am
to
going
America.
to take Sunday and Monday, and I'm going to spend 48 hours on my boat. I don't care if the weather means I can't sail anywhere. I'm spending.
Oh my God, Dan is in the same boat. Dan is in the same boat that fucking Limey's in. He's got to get out. He's got to get out. He's going to his boat. Dan's got to get out of his fucking holiday house. He's been right all along. He doesn't live in a council house. It's a fucking holiday house. A one-room holiday house. Well, it's more like a holiday woodshed, but, Dad calls it home. It's cool.
48 hours on my boat. And my boat has no electrics. The only thing that is electronic on there is the radio.
Damn it. While we're at
nope,
it,
I'm going to spend 48 hours.
You would think that a man with a yacht, you would think that there was an auxiliary generator on that yacht. I mean, sure, there's certain equipment that has to constantly be functioning. There's this company. It's called Jackery, orange and black. They make a fucking battery box. It's awesome. dropped $1,000 on one. It's like 1,000-watt unit. I have it in the Philippines on a. They make a solar panel too, 160-watt panel. I think it's 160 watts, and full sun in the Philippines. It charges that bitch up really fast. You can get like 1,000 cell phone recharges off it, or run a laptop for 2 hours extra.
Sat on my boat, reading a book, Shuggy, just to get you, with paraffin lights.
Where will the boat be?
Huh?
Where will the boat be?
Well,
In the water.
It depends on the weather. If the weather's good, I'll actually go sailing. If the weather's not good, I will be sat in the harbour.
You say UK waters?
Yes.
Okay.
Dan, does your dinghy block out the sun?
It has to in order to carry its cargo. Nope, Adela, I am not. It has a head. It just doesn't have electrics. It does not have electric lights except for the navigation lights.
I mean, you just don't hang trowel over the side of the boat?
No, but it's a great boat to take out if you don't want to be seen disposing of shit. Oh my God. The fuck are you doing, Dad?
Hmm?
You don't just hang trowel over the side of the boat?
No, they get very upset about that these days. But, yep, that's what I'm going to be doing.
Oh, man, I would have done a crisscross outro. Sailing.
No, not the minnow. The boat's name is Menelvia.
How big is it?
32 feet.
Are you going to go out on a three-hour tour?
Oh my God, I hope we have the Gilligan's Island
No,
discussion
Timo, it's not
again.
a Viking rowboat. It's a 33 feet, clinker built, single masted sailing ship. Boat, ship, whatever.
Boat.
And it's what I do when I want to rest.
You know, because that's what all the big money boys do these days.
And Shuggy hates me for it.
Yeah.
I'm sure Black is starting to get pissed off that you're a fucking no-show, Dan. If you fucking jilt her, she's going to smear the fuck out of you on YouTube. I can't wait for that. I cannot fucking wait for that.
But that's only because of jealousy.
Oh, definitely. One day.
No, Kerry T, I won't.
Because the cabin doesn't work underwater.
And the reason I won't is very simple. It's my place to get away from everybody.
Oh.
From every other human being on the planet. It's the one thing I keep for just me.
Oh, spoken like a true fucking weirdo. That's my private space. No one's going in there. Secrets. What kind of secrets you got on a private space boat, Dan?
Oh, God. Shuggy, Anthony's got a question for you.
Dunno.
Arg,
Maybe.
he'd be known as Tripod.
I think they should call him Corny Me Big Toe. Yeah, it is funny, ain't it?
I'm going to Captain No Beard, but tripod sounds better.
I've got a beard. Ish.
Yeah, exactly. Ish. Therefore, Captain No Beard. And
It's
your
as
first
much of a
cousin's-
beard as Irish is.
And your first cousin, Scott No Mates. Captain Puggles.
Johnny Switchblade says, wonder if a 33-foot sailboat by that name can be found. He has mentioned that name before. Docking shit should be public information. I'm sure somebody's tracking that shit.
Carry out, behave. Or some masturbates will get you.
Oh, Becca stood away, and for some reason it won't let me hit the play button. Huh. Should we have a music break?
What a fucking good idea.
If I can hit the play button.
Hold on, I didn't answer. You're
You
answering
did. You
for
said
me.
yes.
No, I didn't.
Okay, so is God equal to God?
There are three:
Okay,
Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
That's irrelevant.
That-
Is God equal to God?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is God equal to not God?
No.
Okay, great. Now we have established the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle. You state that a thing exists, you automatically invoke the classical laws of logic. If God is itself and God cannot be what it is not, then God cannot break the laws of logic. The laws
That's a word game. Define what is God. Well, how did you fucking say that?
it is not, then God cannot break the laws of logic. What it is, you automatically invoke the classical laws of logic. If God is itself and God cannot be what it is not,
God cannot be what it is not. It's kind of a pointless fucking statement once you've already said that God is what he is. Why are you dealing with the not stuff, the negative that isn't part, when he literally is all things? How do you fucking get there in your head? He is all things. There's nothing outside of him. What's your not God stuff? I don't fucking get it.
then God cannot break the laws of logic. The laws of logic apply to God.
No, they don't. No, they do not. No, they do not. They do not. You're just asserting that. God came to the conclusion more than once in the Old Testament that it would be better to just wipe man out, start anew. And always he kept the promise he made that there would be descendants of Abraham. God could have done better. It's us that fucked it up. And if God hadn't made the promise to Abraham, there probably wouldn't be anybody left anyway. So, you know.
Because God cannot violate those. If God
Wait,
can
God
violate
is
them-
bound by logic is
Yes, of
something
course it
you
is.
just posited into the equation.
I know you confirmed it by saying that
didn't
God is equal
confirm
to.
it.
You
Hold
did.
on, hold on, hold
You
on.
did.
Hold on. Logic isn't God. Logic is a man-made, like there's symbolic logic. There's different kinds of logic. Logic isn't fucking thinking. That's the first thing everybody needs to really get together in their head. All A are B, all C are B, therefore all A are C. You don't have to think anymore. It's just plug shit into equations. That's not what thinking is. Oh my God, that's not what thinking is at all. It's a very sterile, stripped down. Well, I mean, you're denying more than half of your fucking sensorial data because it's too much for you to get a hold of and understand. So you want to strip it away and act. The mind does a great job of filtering shit out. God, you're using Socratic logic to approach a didactic.
This is not Socratic logic. This came up in the 18th century.
You just asked me Socratic style yes or no questions.
You are using Socratic logic. But the logic is not Socratic.
It is. It's syllogistic argumentation. There is logic in the Socratic argument because that's where Aristotle identified the 22 Aristotelian logical fallacies: ad hominem, red herring, straw man, hasty generalization, hasty specification. There's a whole fucking list of them. You guys break them all the fucking time.
Socratic, you moron. Okay, it's A equals A. A is not equal to not A.
That's it. Bro, you gave 3 conditions. You gave 2 conditions and a conclusion. That's syllogistic argumentation, you fucking moron. That's the syllogistic argumentation.
No, it's not. That's classic. That's classic
yes,
logic. No,
yes,
no. Classic logic was developed. No, you're referring to Aristotelian logic and classical logic.
No, Aristotelian logic.
These laws were formulated in the 18th century.
No, Socrates was using logic because Aristotle defined the 22 errors of Aristotelian logic are directly from the Socratic dialogues. Why would he point out logical errors of his teacher if he wasn't using logic?
You already confirmed that A is equal to A and A is equal to not A. God is equal to God and God is not equal to not God. Therefore,
hold on. If
God
A is
not.
equal to A, I thought we were talking about. So those are your A is equal to A, not A is equal to not A. The negation. I don't know how you negate God when he is everything. It's kind of fucking weird. You keep doing it, though. About letters. You're talking about God. I thought we were talking about letters. Every A is equal to every other A. I don't think I expressed this well, to be honest.
That's what I'm referring to.
Those are letters.
To the law of identity.
Those are letters. They're not God.
A is reference to identity. A thing is what it is, and it is not what it is not.
Logic is less than God. You can't get.
No, it's not because logic applies to God. Because God
it has to be.
All the arguments that get made because they can't.
See, God by definition is all powerful, so you can't limit God. If you limit God by logic, see, God is super logic. He's beyond logic. It's the logic in God's actions that make him understandable to man in a rational way. It's not all that God is. God's more than that. God talks about joy, his own joy. That's not logic. I don't understand how they come up with their definitions that are clearly laid out in the books they claim they're talking about. I don't get it.
They have to make these arguments to keep their beliefs alive.
Yeah. But also some of them you don't have to, just coded is trying to make them for whatever these coded's trying to make them. Arguing that God equals God and God does not equal not God doesn't alter your faith.
No one said it altered faith, dipshit. We were talking about the style of argumentation. Two propositions and a conclusion drawn from. Syllogism.
It's just a basic.
Dan heard syllogism and he could never remember what anything meant before or after it, because even anticipating the word would drive him crazy as a boy.
Premise of logic.
Yes, there is nothing in the Bible that proves God beyond. You have to have faith in the words in that book.
Yeah.
That's been my point the whole time, Hank. Thanks for summing it up. You just said I was right.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
And Dan agreed. Fucking amazing.
You want to have faith and believe in God? Have at it. That doesn't mean everybody else has to, or has to believe in the same God.
I don't preach that at all. There is one true God. I will be clear on that. The rest of them are false. So you don't put a lantern, you don't light a lantern and put a bushel basket over it. You don't do that. It's the point of lighting the light. Let there be light, right? That's the fucking beginning of it. Like the easy shit these guys don't get. You think Hank, the God should be defined by the book. It's what I've been arguing the whole fucking time, and I keep hearing no. Thanks for chiming in right at the very end, Hank. Your vote of confidence has breathed new life into me, sunshine.
But you shouldn't have the belief that the Bible proves that there is God.
No. Hence why it's called faith, not fact. If it proved it, you wouldn't have faith, you'd have fact. You'd have knowledge of the fact that God exists, not the faith that God exists.
Faith is a confident expectation.
And simultaneously what it is not.
God can, yeah. You were talking about letters before.
Okay, fantastic. That's the logical notation. God, what the hell? So if logic does not apply to God, and God can be both A and not A, then God can both exist and not exist simultaneously. Therefore, the concept is incoherent.
Who is Jesus?
A fictional character.
Oh, really?
Likely there was an itinerant rabbi who wandered around, Iron Age Palestine, and was pretty much just the David Koresh of that time.
I got you. And George Washington was just a guy with a rowboat who crossed the river. You know, if he were one of those people that you have to have their pronouns right and shit, and I made the flip fucking remark about his personal pronoun, the kind of flip way he just fucking correlated Jesus and David Koresh is kind of fucked up, because if you would think that a man like this, who was so ingratiated with the idea of killing fucking horrifically a bunch of people, you would think this guy would be, you would literally think J.L. Warren would be all about David Koresh. Odd reference there, buddy. Odd reference.
Right. No, there's mountains of evidence for George Washington.
If George Washington even was real, or Charlemagne,
there's mountains of evidence for it.
There's just as much for Jesus.
No, there isn't. There's one claim, the Bible, and then a whole bunch of. And if you want to run it down, Tacitus, Thales, Marabar Serapion, Lucian of Samothrace.
See, this is the mantra mode reading of the list. If you interrupt him, he has to jump back to the beginning, so he's got to plow through the whole fucking thing.
Basata, Celsus, Pliny the Younger, we can run them down. All
who
you
had-
have are a group of individuals
Right.
who are repeating the claims that they heard from other Christians. There's
And
only
that's all-
one claim.
That's all you
that
know
Christ
about
is-
George Washington. You don't
No,
know
there
any
isn't.
more.
No, there
You were-
isn't. We
you were
have
never
no.
there. You never saw George Washington. All you know about George
Who's the fucking
Washington is the
president?
claims other people made about George Washington.
This is
Becky says, but he's the president. What does that have to do with anything? J.L. Warren never fucking saw, heard, touched George Washington. All he knows is other people say George Washington existed. Okay, so they wrote stuff down. Great. The whole function of the Bible, the Gospel of John, chapter 17, is Jesus's prayer for and instruction to the apostles. It's the word. It's Jesus gave the testimony to the apostles, the testimony of who God the Father is and what he's about. The testimony was given from Jesus to the 12. The 12 were then to teach the gospel going out into the world.
You see, there's the claim that Jesus was the Son of God, which exists in the Bible and only in the Bible, and then by people repeating the claim that they heard from the Bible.
John chapter 17. Not only those that I give your word to, Jesus giving the testimony to the 12 apostles, but also all of those who believe in this testimony. So that's the group of believers.
Or by other people who heard it from the Bible. Right? That's the proof of Jesus. The proof of George Washington is a shit ton of people who actually met him.
But all of the apostles met him. He met throngs of people. He fed them. He performed miracles in front of them. He healed them. There's 4 books, Gospels in the New Testament. There's letters from Paul, Peter, Jude, James, Acts of the Apostles. Dan just acts like these guys just act like these written accounts don't exist. Oh, well, they were written afterwards. So what? So is a lot of the history from the colonization of America, and the historical account of the Cowboy West is complete fucking horseshit. And you have way more fucking people that saw that shit. You know why? Because the population was larger. That's why.
Wrote down at the time of having met him. Not 100 years later, not 200 years later, but at the time.
The Apostle John was an actual apostle of Jesus Christ. I mean, James was Jesus's blood brother. Jude was James's brother. You mean those actual people that actually saw him, that actually wrote things down, that their actual names are assigned to? Actually, those people.
That's the difference. One, there is 10 ton of actual evidence from people who met George Washington, who literally stood in the same room as him and talked to him. There is not 10 ton of evidence written at the time from people who were in the same location as Jesus.
Yeah, here's the reasons why. They're pretty fucking simple. There's way less people. There's way less people, like per per square mile. The population is way fucking sparser. They're a subsistence, farmer gatherer people. A lot of them don't know how to write or read. So what good is that shit for them? The tradition is orally passed. Worked for the Greeks for a long fucking time. And then the Romans came and copied the fucking Greek way. And were perpetuating the Roman shit.
It doesn't exist. Now, it's not surprising that it doesn't exist, and it doesn't prove anything one way or the other. It just doesn't exist. It's been so long. It was such a tumultuous time in history that records were destroyed, and the period afterwards, there were so many conflicts in the area that a lot of things were lost. And that stuff may have existed, but now does not. So it doesn't prove one way or the other. But to compare it to George Washington is just stupid and intellectually dishonest.
How is it intellectually dishonest? I don't know anybody that ever met fucking George Washington. If you're going to argue those points to say Jesus didn't exist, and I apply the same argument to George Washington, guess what? The conclusion is George Washington doesn't fucking exist. I don't know anyone who ever personally knew George Washington. I doubt I know anyone who knew. I doubt that right now I know anyone who knew anyone that knew George Washington personally. I don't think it's even fucking possible.
Where's Katie?
It's more historically accurate than the individuals who made actual claims about Jesus.
Yes.
Why does it
Yes.
why does it work one way for you and not for Christians?
I'm applying the same standard of historical evidence.
By
to
your
both
logic,
claims.
you don't even know if George Washington existed or not.
Yes.
By your logic,
No.
you only know what other people said about George Washington. You never met the man. You were never there.
Don't
So
need
you're
to.
the same criteria you use to validate George Washington, you reject in the individuals who actually experienced and walked with Christ.
You haven't.
for 3 years.
I totally think that you. I totally believe that you had an experience.
Oh, let me let him finish. I think he's going to try to mock me here, so let him finish what he's saying. I think I need to wrap this up because this is going to go on forever. It's been 4 fucking hours. Yeah, I got to pull the plug out of this.
You are interpreting that experience incorrectly. You're interpreting through the lens of your bias. What you described earlier
have you identified?
I am interpreting through the lens of a bias. It's not possible to have an emotional component. It's not possible to be in possession of an emotional component which is irrational, on a spectrum of irrationality. It's just not fucking possible to be perfect. It's a fucking weird state.
Totally think that I totally believe that you had an experience. You are interpreting that experience incorrectly. You're interpreting through the lens of your bias. What you described earlier is
have you identified my bias? What's my bias?
Yes.
Yeah.
You start from the proposition that
preach it all
God
the time.
exists and these things are true, and therefore you interpret evidence and interpret whatever your intuitions or whatever through the lens of that prior held belief.
But that's pretty much what JL's doing. I'm not. If you want to call it interpreting through, I guess the flaw might be in the language you're using. It is literally, JL, a process of layered learning. There's shit you have to know before there's other shit you can know. Because you're building a foundational learning system. It's the same way you were taught in school. Maybe you didn't get it there either, because you certainly don't seem to get it here. I want to hear what you fucking said one more time. Weirdness.
Experienced and walked with Christ.
You haven't.
for 3 years.
I totally think that you. I totally believe that you had an experience. You are interpreting that experience incorrectly. You're interpreting through the lens of your bias. What you
Through the lens of my bias, I think he's trying to say through the lens of my belief. We all have biases. Nobody's without a bias. No one's without a bias. The idea, you have to be really careful about thinking abstractly, because you can come to some really wrong fucking conclusions.
described earlier is
Have you identified my bias? What's my bias?
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's going to tell me what my bias is here.
You start from the proposition that
preach it all
God
the time.
exists and these things are true, and therefore you interpret evidence and interpret.
I said it before this even started. I started from the proposition that God does not exist. That's where I made the actual choice to start from, because as a kid, I had to go to CCD classes on Saturday. I had to go to church on Sunday. When I got older, the CCD class was on a weekday night. So, my Saturday was free for sports or whatever. And I was I was confirmed a Roman Catholic. The Pope blessed me and everything. And it was about a year after that. I think I was confirmed my I think it was my junior year in high school. And about a year after that, I just was like kind of recognizing the hypocrisy in it. And about a decade later, I read the Bible, and it kind of had an impact on my life for the better. So I don't know. Suppose the word even says that it has this power. It's alive. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that comes out of the mouth of God, which, by the way, doesn't have to be an audible voice. It's written in a book. You got to break it open and read it. Otherwise, just, don't poo-poo it if you haven't read the fucking book.
For your intuitions or whatever through the lens of that prior held belief. That is
No, I actually started.
So the lens, now he's changed it to the lens of prior belief. Your beliefs will attract you to investigations. Sometimes you'll look. There's really two fundamental types of learning systems or intelligence systems. It's foundational. Each layer built on top, it's all hard, heavy fact. Only the very, very basic stuff is postulated, taken to be. But you can have a nodal network, which is really flexible. And the problem is, if you break a node, you can destroy your whole belief system. So, there are different kinds of fucking belief systems, which has nothing to do with religion and everything to do with how your mind functions. And the Bible allows for it by not making an issue out of it.
I started from the position that God does not exist, because the way I've always approached things is to take the opposite standpoint. So when I wanted to believe in God, I took the approach that God did not, in fact, exist, except for one thing. He said, test all things, hold on to that which is morally good. So I threw God away and I began to test all things and only hold to those which were morally good.
So he goes for the opposite first than what he believes now. Does that is that over all aspects, or
I have a contrarian mindset. I've explained this a couple times. If we were all on a rowboat together and there's 12 of us and there's 6 on one side, 6 on the other side, and all of a sudden everyone on the right, I'm on the left side with 5 other people, there's 6 on the right side, 6 and 6 total. If all of a sudden everybody lunges to the right, I'm leaning out as far fucking left as I can get, because their weight's going to bring the boat down and I'm going to be on the fucking high side. Now, there might be calamity and the boat might go down. We might have no boat, but I got the longest time to think because I'm highest up, period. That's why you take a contrarian attitude, because when shit goes wrong, a contrarian usually has longer think time. If you're not in those situations, yeah, you don't want to fucking do the instinctual contrarian shit because you look like a fucking weirdo. But if everybody jumps right, go fucking left, man. Go left.
just when it comes to the Bible? Because
Everything.
Yogi, stop reading back.
he's watching Coded, but he started out berating rights on in Chile, and does that mean now he fully supports Chile?
Well, I've said a million times, I don't support anything that fucking Chile does, but they keep trying to do this association between me and Chile because Rights On and I don't fucking talk about Chile. If I ever wanted to, Rights On would ask Chile a question if I asked him to. I know he would. And I know Rights On would give me a fucking honest answer. That's why I like Rights On. He's a fucking honest dude. Don't play these stupid fucking games, Blacko, while you're making up lies and shit. Rights On is a fucking honest bloke, dude, and he's a good fucking guy. Don't use him as a fucking negative association. And I don't have shit to do with Chile. You have more to do with Chile than I do. You communicate with Chile. I don't. You send them fucking blackmailish emails. You're the one communicating with Chile. Don't fucking put that stain on me. You fucking, oh, you hideous little fucking cellulite faced fucking filter can't find out what the fucking plaster.
He seems to.
He doesn't support Chile. He says he's contrary, and that's what he's known for. He takes the opposite view to most things. He is friends with Rights On, but he's still anti-Chile. Until we go anti-Chile, then he goes for Chile because he's against us.
I don't have shit to do with Chile. I don't talk about Chile anymore. All I do is mention how obsessed you are with the fucking guy and how you hate that I do to you what you do to him. Change your play the game the way you like, the way you would like it to be played, and I'll play you that way. I don't care if you fucking win or not. You don't play a fucking honest game, dude. You know it.
Makes no sense to me either.
Oh, so he has no moral compass.
How could you come to the conclusion that I have no moral compass? Here's the fucking hub of it. Cunning as a serpent, gentle as a dove. I only speak fucking words, man. I never fucking hurt you. You cry like you got hurt, but I kind of get a kick out of that. It makes me chuckle. You big fucking baby. On that note, I'm gonna roll it. Thanks everybody for being here. I went wicked fucking long. I think I might go eat again. I'm kind of hungry. Light snack. Ice cream and Christmas cookies and a hot chocolate. Yeah, I could do that. All right, later for you.